Chapter 1775, Another Miraculous Move. Chapter 1775, Another Miraculous Move. Pa. The blood-stained good fortune Saint Sun suddenly grabbed onto Lin Ming's spear shaft. After activating his supreme sovereign blood body metamorphosis and also using the scales of the sovereign blood, his defensive ability had reached a terrifying degree. Even though he forcefully withstood Lin Ming's attack and had been injured to the point of spitting out blood, the spear hadn't pierced through his body. Millimeter. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. The black dragon spear was like a living true dragon in his hands, constantly breaking into the good fortune Saint Sun's protective astral essence. With both sides deadlocked, the good fortune Saint Sun lifted the black heavy sword with one hand and fiendishly grinned. Lin Ming, you're dead. The good fortune Saint Sun's voice echoed in Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming was suddenly startled. From behind, he could feel a thick killing intent. Lin Ming, be careful. Xiao Moxian cried out in alarm. The many human Empireans were also tense. At that time, a sharp black light was shooting straight towards Lin Ming from behind. And the center of the black light was the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. If Lin Ming continued to thrust his spear, he could undoubtedly heavily wound the good fortune Saint Sun, but at the same time he would also be struck by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. If Lin Ming was struck by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, the injuries it would cause to his body could be imagined. Take back the spear and defend. Empyrean vast universe's sound transmission crackled like thunder in Lin Ming's ears. He originally thought that the good fortune Saint Sun seemed strangely weak in his collision with Lin Ming just now, but now it seemed that the reason was because he had split off a portion of his strength to control the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The good fortune Saint Sun would attack Lin Ming from the front and then use the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to sneak attack him from behind, placing him in a pincer attack. In this situation, even if Lin Ming took back his spear to defend, he had just attacked and his true essence was in a mess. He would still suffer heavy losses to the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. How the fight progressed after that could be imagined. But if Lin Ming didn't take back his spear to defend, the situation would be even worse. Only the heavens would know what consequences Lin Ming would suffer after being struck by the full strength attack of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. At worst, Lin Ming could even die here. Compared to death, simply losing to the good fortune Saint Sun was much better. This was the good fortune Saint Sun's surekill plan. With this attack, Lin Ming would likely lose. This was a truly vicious attack. However, at this time Lin Ming seemed as if he simply didn't hear Empyrean vast universe's sound transmission. He continued to hold on to the black dragon spear as before, thrusting it straight towards the good fortune Saint Sun's chest, utterly disregarding the Grand Mist Spirit Bead that was hurtling towards him. Within the brutal waves of energy, Lin Ming exuded a dense killing intent. The Azura phantom behind him clawed at the air like a demonic spirit trying to rip apart the skies. Do you really want to die? The good fortune Saint Sun was shocked. He never imagined that Lin Ming would be so ruthless and would continue attacking him even at the cost of being heavily wounded by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Seeing 90% of his own protective astral essence being broken by Lin Ming, the good fortune Saint Sun's eyes flashed with a vicious light. He fiercely said, "Good, then if you want to die let me help you. Even if I have to withstand this attack, the most I will suffer is a severe wound." The good fortune Saint Sun grit his teeth, revolving the little amount of strength he had left to the limit. "The one dying is you." Lin Ming fiercely grinned. Puff. The good fortune Saint Sun spat out a mouthful of blood as the black dragon spear thrust through his chest. Then, he grabbed onto the black dragon spear's shaft, looking at Lin Ming like he was looking at someone already dead. After using all his energy in this strike, Lin Ming absolutely wouldn't be able to dodge the attack from the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. And, his injuries would be far more severe. It was even possible that the Grand Mist Spirit Bead's strike would greatly damage Lin Ming's blood vitality and leave behind hidden wounds that hindered his future achievements. These thoughts made the good fortune Saint Sun feel even better, but as the black light of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead was about to strike Lin Ming's back, a figure rushed out from Lin Ming's inner world. This figure was similar to Lin Ming before he activated his body metamorphosis. The figure wore black clothes and its blood vitality soared into the heavens, billowing into the skies like a rocket. What? This is. In that instant, it seemed as if Lin Ming had split into two. Everyone's eyes widened. Just what was happening? Whoosh. As this black figure appeared, a black wheel appeared under it. This was Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic wheel. And in the hands of this black figure was the purple gold spear that Lin Ming had been using before. This black-clothed figure that suddenly appeared was Lin Ming's avatar, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. The Essence Spirit Embryo Stone revolved its astral essence to its limits, combining it with the horrifying blood vitality that had been tempered within it for billions and billions of years. It grasped the purple gold spear and shot towards the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Catcher. The purple gold spear in the Essence Spirit Embryo's hands smashed into the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. In that moment, the originally not too flexible purple gold spear tightly curved, seeming as if it would break apart at any moment. The arms of the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone exploded with blood shooting into the wind, and once this blood shot out, it was all absorbed by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, making for an extremely ghostly and macabre sight. For a time, energy erupted outwards. Behind Lin Ming, a violent detonation swept out, the raging strength like tides in a storm, flushing into Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sun and causing them both to tumble away. The Essence Spirit Embryo Stone was the Essence Energy avatar personally refined by the Azura Road Master. Even if the Grand Mist Spirit Bead was a peerless divine tool, the good fortune Saint Sun could only bring out a limited amount of its strength. In the fierce collision, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone had only been struck to the point of losing blood. And a part of the avatar's essence energy had also been absorbed by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. But this wasn't a problem at all. The essence energy could be restored through the myriad demon karmic wheel by sacrificing some of the souls within it. Because the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone had moved to block over 99% of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead's attack power, Lin Ming hadn't suffered from the shockwaves at all. As the young elites witnessed this, all of them were dazed. They didn't know just what words to say. As for the good fortune Saint Sun, he said with an incredulous voice, "How is this possible? How could you possibly have such a terrifying flesh and blood avatar?" The good fortune Saint Sun had clearly seen that the appearance of the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone was the exact same as Lin Ming's. This was undoubtedly Lin Ming's avatar, but the avatar's body contained a terrifying blood vitality, one that was even greater than the good fortune Saint Sun's by an unbelievably large margin. He simply couldn't believe this was possible. At this time, Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sun had briefly exhausted themselves of energy. They lost their balance in the air and were sent flying away by the wild fluctuations of energy. The gold fortune Saint Sun tried to adjust his breathing and blood vitality, wanting to summon enough astral essence to attack Lin Ming once more. Lin Ming simply sneered. From his inner world, another figure shot out. This figure wore purple clothes and a vast soul force gushed out from its body, as if it were a fathomless abyss of soul force. It formed a sharp contrast with the previously black-clothed Lin Ming. What? The good fortune Saint Sun's eyes nearly popped out of his head. All of the martial artists present cried out in shock. There's another one. This purple-clothed figure was naturally the second avatar, the Soul Springs Divine Embryo. This Soul Springs Divine Embryo stood atop a purple wheel, the Myriad Essence Reincarnation Wheel. It grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear and hurtled straight towards the good fortune Saint Sun. In terms of defensive power, the Soul Springs Divine Embryo was far inferior to the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. But, its attacks were far more strange and cunning, nearly impossible to guard against. The good fortune Saint Sun could barely believe his own eyes. The Soul Springs Divine Embryo was aiming its spear at his chest, and the point where it aimed was where Lin Ming had wounded him before. In Lin Ming's battle against the good fortune Saint Sun, he used every method he could, taking advantage of all possibilities to add wounds upon wounds. Seeing this spear point about to pierce him, the good fortune Saint Sun's face turned as pale as paper. Because he had exhausted his strength in the last attack, he hadn't been able to summon more astral essence. In other words, he couldn't resist this attack. Puff! The Phoenix Blood Spear pierced into the good fortune Saint Sun. The good fortune Saint Sun's chest collapsed inwards. However, his mortal body had been tempered innumerable times and was fused with almost endless essence, making it as hard as divine iron. Even though the Phoenix blood spear penetrated into his chest, it still wasn't able to tear through his heart. That was close, but it seems this avatar isn't too strong. The good fortune Saint Sun immediately thought. But before he could rejoice, he felt an agonizing pain within his spiritual sea. The Phoenix blood spear contained a spiritual strike that was attacking him like a hidden viper. The Soul Spring's divine embryo's strike had contained a soul attack. The good fortune Saint Sun screamed out loud, his body shaking. The pain brought through a soul attack was several times that of a physical attack. The good fortune Saint Sun grabbed his head, fiercely struggling with himself. Die. Lin Ming had recovered his strength again in the several breaths of time he had. He grasped the black dragon spear and attacked the good fortune Saint Sun once more. When his main body used the black dragon spear, he could use 3 moves total. This was the second. For a time, Joyful Dragon and Phoenix Phantoms appeared behind Lin Ming. In that moment, his aura climbed to new heights. Chapter 1776, Victory or Defeat. Chapter 1776, Victory or Defeat. From within Lin Ming's inner world, wild true essence and astral essence erupted. A dazzling brilliance covered the skies, as if a sun was exploding within him, causing everyone to close their eyes from the brightness. Behind Lin Ming, 9 massive stars appeared once more. Their vast starlight poured down like a waterfall, converging into Lin Ming's body. Parka. Lin Ming's joints released crackling explosive sounds. He bit down on his lip and spat out blood essence, brilliantly burning it. By combusting his blood essence through the gate of life, Lin Ming's strength rapidly climbed to the peak, soon approaching that of 10 dragons. The scattered wounds marring Lin Ming's body also began to rapidly regenerate. In that moment, as he grasped the black dragon spear, his long hair recklessly fluttering in the wind as he stood proud in the skies, he seemed full of an invincible might. This brat. Empyrean Demon Dawn took a deep breath, a trace of fear and shock in his eyes. Lin Ming was just far too terrifying. In his battle with the good fortune Saint Sun, he had experienced a brutal prolonged fight and had consumed a mind-boggling amount of energy, and his meridians and blood vessels had been torn in countless areas. Even so, in the final moments he was still able to erupt with such an overwhelming level of strength. As for the good fortune Saint Sun, he had been severely wounded by Lin Ming to the point of vomiting blood. This was the Saint race, a race renowned throughout the 33 heavens for their body transformation technique. Out of all the races, they possessed the number 1 mortal bodily strength and endurance. By relying on their mortal bodies alone, they could struggle with true dragons. Yet at the end, Lin Ming's endurance and physical strength actually surpassed that of the Saint Sun. How could Empyrean Demon Dawn not be amazed? Lin Ming. Facing this spear, the good fortune Saint Sun gnashed his teeth. His current situation was far worse than Lin Ming's. His blood vitality was in a chaotic mess and his organs were damaged in many places. The astral essence around him had scattered and he could gather less than 50%. All he could do now was rely on the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The good fortune Saint Sun roared out loud. He suddenly bit down on the tip of his tongue and burnt a wisp of his blood essence. Seeing this, the entire audience of martial artists was left bewildered. The good fortune Saint Sun had been forced by Lin Ming to burn his blood essence. Although the good fortune Saint Sun's supreme sovereign blood was incomparably powerful, that didn't mean he had the ability to willfully burn it as he pleased. Once he burned a little, it meant he had that much less. And, the good fortune Saint Sun's bloodline was extremely special. Once he burned some of his blood essence, it would be immensely problematic to make up for. This move clearly indicated that the good fortune Saint Sun had gone all out. Who? The Grand Mist Spirit Bead fiercely spun, creating a dark red vortex. The good fortune Saint Sun spat burning blood essence into the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead then emitted an increasingly brilliant red light. I will swallow all of your flesh and blood essence energy. The good fortune Saint Sun had bet everything on this. He poured the totality of his strength into this attack. His remaining strength was clearly less than Lin Ming's. He could only use the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to make up for this deficiency. The moment that the Grand Mist Spirit Bead shot out, Lin Ming also attacked. The heretical god force erupted. A tyrannical and savage power of thunder and fire turbulently poured into the black dragon spear. The spear thrust out. Like a mysterious vortex, all of the light in the skies was swallowed up by this spear, immediately causing the world to darken. Everyone was shrouded in this darkness. Only the black dragon spear in Lin Ming's hands remained blindingly brilliant. Hu. The maddening aura of the Azura Great Tao condensed. The surrounding space began to shatter like glass, large tracts of space collapsing in on itself. Lin Ming's spear strike already contained the charm of the Gate of Law's Black Azura's final strike. This spear seemed as if it could pierce through the entire universe. This was the power of the Azura laws, as horrifying as the abyss of hell. Lin Ming's momentum was like a rainbow. A giant Azura phantom formed around him. With the support of this Azura phantom, Lin Ming struck out at the good fortune Saint Sun, and at the same time, two figures flew towards Lin Ming from two sides. Of these two figures, one wore purple clothes and one wore black clothes. They were Lin Ming's two avatars. They each held onto their spear, sending out their all-out attacks, completely fusing together with Lin Ming's strike. This heaven-shaking spear light smashed into the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Catcher! An earth-shattering explosion burst out. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead violently trembled. The surrounding space was like glass smashed with a hammer, all of it shattering to pieces. Countless Azura law runes flashed out from the destroyed space like stars. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Some martial artists cried out in alarm. In the face of such terrifying strength, even if they stood 100 miles away, they would still be swallowed up and annihilated. But at this time, the human and monster races both had Empyreans take action. They set up shimmering light barriers that blocked the dreadful shockwaves of energy. The energy crashed into the Empyreans' light barriers. After causing them to fiercely shake, it returned like a lowering tide. The endless sand and sea water was swept into the air, where it instantly disintegrated into the finest powder before scattering through the world. For a time, it was like a massive meteor had crashed into the island. The entire island had been hollowed out and a crazy amount of water vapor soared upwards, rapidly condensing into dark clouds in the skies before falling back down like an endless rainstorm. Endless sea water gushed in, filling up the titanic crater in the center of the island. Waves roared and ceaseless rain poured, making it seem like the end of the world. What happened? Many young elites looked at each other in dismay. They hadn't been able to clearly see the results of the final strike. Someone looked at the many surrounding Empyreans. All they saw was that there were several human Empyreans who were even shivering. Among these people were Empyrean Vast Universe and Empyrean Traceless. The two of them had clenched their fists so hard that blue veins were visible and their knuckles had turned white. It was like space itself was breaking beneath their grasp. After their cultivation reached the Empyrean realm, there was little that could cause them to lose their composure like this. The reason they had such an intense reaction, even shaking, was because their excitement had reached the limit. In their eyes there was nothing but absolute disbelief, interwoven with a zealous joy and trepidation. Few understood the situation as well as they did. Humanity was lost in an eternal night, drowning in sorrow and misery without an end in sight. To them, this battle between the good fortune Saint Sun and Lin Ming was of monumental importance. This duel was enough to ignite humanity's flames of hope. Could it be? Seeing the response of the human Empyreans, the hearts of the young elites present trembled. They turned their heads and looked towards the Saint Empyrean. Not too far away, the Saint Empyrean floated high in the void. Even within the endless drops of falling sea water, not a single one was able to touch him. However, his complexion had become dark and gloomy enough to drip water. The response of the Saint Empyrean had confirmed their guesses. Lin Ming won, he won. As this thought flashed through all of the young human elites' minds, the heavy rain finally finished falling. In the boundless mist, there was only a single proud figure remaining. This figure grasped the black dragon spear, his long hair slicked back through the rain. This person was Lin Ming, and opposite Lin Ming, the good fortune Saint Sun had disappeared in the endless mist, having completely vanished from sight. As if he had sunk into the sea. Chapter 1777, Change in the Inner World. Chapter 1777, Change in the Inner World. Your Highness Wumor. The Saint Empyrean's complexion was ugly. His figure flashed and he instantly appeared in front of Lin Ming. Shua. The Saint Empyrean glared at Lin Ming. The two of them were only several miles apart. To an Empyrean, this distance could be covered in less than 1,000th of a split second. This caused the human Empyreans present to tense up. Immediately, the energy fields of several human Empyreans covered Lin Ming to deter against any and all possibilities. They were afraid that this Saint Empyrean would turn mad and suddenly attack Lin Ming. Humph. The Saint Empyrean coldly coughed. He flew down, shooting into the sea like an arrow. Bang! The sea waves splashed up hundreds of feet high before gradually dying down. After several breaths of time, the sea waves exploded once more. The Saint Empyrean flew non-stop from the sea. In his left hand was the dim grand mist spirit bead and in his right hand was the good fortune Saint Sun who no longer resembled a person at all. In that final collision with Lin Ming, the good fortune Saint Sun's body had been cracked apart in countless places. His right hand dangled uselessly at his side and it was clear all his bones there were broken. There were only a few muscles and meridians still connecting it. On his body, his golden scales had cracked open and blood flowed out. This blood was also gold in color. This was the good fortune Saint Sun's source blood from his sovereign blood body metamorphosis. This sort of blood was several times heavier than mercury. As it flowed out, no sea waves or rain was able to wash it away. The good fortune Saint Sun had been defeated. Even though he had used the 5th level of the good fortune divine art, even though he had finally summoned the Grand Mist Spirit Bead and released his sovereign blood body metamorphosis, even though he didn't hesitate to burn his blood essence and put forth every single one of his skills, in the end he had been defeated by Lin Ming. He had not been defeated because he had underestimated his opponent, he had poured forth the entirety of his martial arts skills. The reason he had lost was because he was weaker than Lin Ming. I can't believe this. The monster emperor stood high in the air. Facing the violent waves, his mind inexplicably shook. His speed and strength are without flaws and his utilization of laws has reached the peak. Even his mortal body is perfect to the extreme, no worse than that of the saint race's Saint Sun. In time, when Lin Ming's cultivation reaches large success, just who will be able to stop him? The monster emperor couldn't help but think to himself. Lin Ming's age couldn't be compared to the good fortune Saint Sun's at all. The difference in the levels of talent couldn't be called a minor difference, but a disparity further apart than the clouds and mud. If things continued at this rate, Lin Ming wouldn't even need 200 years before he could fight with an Empyrean. At that time, without accident, Lin Ming's cultivation wouldn't even be at the World King realm. To fight an Empyrean before even reaching the World King realm, this was a terrifying prospect. Demon Dawn. The monster emperor turned to look at Empyrean Demon Dawn. Empyrean Demon Dawn was also left speechless. In this world, if there could be said to be someone who could resist the invasion of a race alone, then perhaps that person would be Lin Ming. Empyrean Demon Dawn looked at Lin Ming. All the human and monster Empyreans, all of the young elites present, everyone turned to look at Lin Ming. Within their shining eyes was awe and fear, admiration and excitement, all the spectrum of emotions flashing in them. Today, Lin Ming had written his own legend. This would be an event recorded in the annals of history. If humanity still persisted for another 3.6 billion years, then after that time the ancient texts of humanity would record Lin Ming's name, possibly even describing him with more words than Empyrean divine seal. Perhaps even if humanity were to perish and the saints were to rewrite history with their own illustrious victories and merits, Lin Ming would be the one point they couldn't erase. The vapor in the air became increasingly light. Lin Ming was covered in a faint misty light, and around this light fluttered endless azura law fragments. The 2 azura wheels still slowly spun beneath Lin Ming's feet. At this time, Lin Ming was heavily wounded. The bones in his left arm were completely shattered and his organs and meridians were broken in many places. Fresh blood flowed out from his body, slowly washed away by the thick watery mist and rain. His true essence, astral essence, and spirit essence had been used up. Even the combat efficiency of his two avatars had reached near zero. Even so, in the end Lin Ming was the one still flying in the air and the good fortune Saint Sun had already fallen unconscious. Puff! Lin Ming's body shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He shivered and the Azura law runes around him flashed with a dazzling light. Big brother Lin. Xiao Moxian's heart tightened. Not too far away, Mo Eversnow and Mo Brightmoon were gripped with fear. They found it hard to restrain themselves from rushing forwards. Although Lin Ming had defeated the good fortune Saint Sun, he had still withstood many terrifying attacks. If these attacks accumulated, who knew what their effects on Lin Ming would be? Maybe even though he was standing, the truth was that he was grievously wounded within and he was nothing but a lamp that had run out of oil. Seeing Lin Ming's condition, the Saint Empyrean sneered. Humph! The Grand Mist Spirit Bead's attack isn't that easy to resist. Even if you block the frontal attack of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, your life source will still be affected and you will lose a tremendous amount of blood vitality. It isn't strange for there to be hidden wounds left behind. In this battle, the good fortune Saint Sun had combusted a wisp of his blood essence but still wasn't able to defeat Lin Ming. Instead, Lin Ming was the one to obtain victory and glory. The Saint Empyrean was naturally unhappy about this. But as he saw the changes in Lin Ming's situation, he finally found something to rejoice over. The Saint Empyrean's words caused the hearts of many people to skip a beat. Out of essence, energy, and divine, the Grand Mist Spirit Bead was the peak divine tool that controlled essence. This included blood essence. If one was attacked by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, it wouldn't be unusual for their blood essence to be lost. If this were true, then the consequences would be dreadful. Hee. Although Lin Ming won, he did so by stubbornly persisting until the end. Although the wounds caused by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead aren't enough to endanger his life, they will inevitably affect his future achievements. Lin Ming's bloodline is powerful, perhaps the highest bloodline in humanity, but at the same time that also means restoring his own blood vitality is that much more difficult. The blood vitality essence energy that was sucked up by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, how will he make up for that? The Saint Empyrean jeered again. Although Lin Ming had defeated the good fortune Saint Sun, he would still find some places to push back. If Lin Ming had some hidden wounds and it appeared that he had overdrawn upon his life to barely defeat the good fortune Saint Sun, that was a far better story of events. Big brother Lin. The Saint Empyrean's words caused Xiao Moxian to cry out in worry. She wanted to probe Lin Ming's situation, but because her cultivation had been sealed she couldn't fly up. As for Mo Eversnow, her figure flickered and she flew up towards Lin Ming. She took out a transcendent divine pill from his spatial ring, one that Empyrean Divine Dream had given her, and prepared to feed it to Lin Ming. But at this time, Empyrean Divine Dream actually blocked Mo Eversnow. Don't panic, Lin Ming's body is strange, it might not be as simple as an injury. There is a change occurring in his inner world. After being reminded by Empyrean Divine Dream, Mo Eversnow discovered that there were indeed massive changes occurring within Lin Ming's inner world. Because of that violent battle just now, Lin Ming's inner world had come under repeated attacks of brutal energy, actually causing a fissure to appear within. The boundaries of his inner world had started to break open. This is... Mo Eversnow was startled. The sneering Saint Empyrean's complexion also changed as he saw this. If the boundaries of an inner world shattered, it could mean the total collapse of that inner world. The consequences of such an event were inconceivable. At the best he would lose his cultivation and at the worst he would perish here. But there was also a second possibility, and that was a martial artist was making a breakthrough in their cultivation. When a martial artist was making a breakthrough, the boundaries of their inner world would tear apart and then reform. And when a divine lord broke through to a holy lord, the great world within them would transform into a small universe. This heaven-sundering upheaval was a drastic change. It was common for a martial artist to vomit blood. Could Lin Ming be? Mo Eversnow held her breath. And at this time, all around Lin Ming, the dispersed power of the Azura laws began to wildly rush towards him. The surging power of Azura drove the energy within the world along with it. The world's power of good fortune had been previously seized by the good fortune Saint Sun. But after the good fortune Saint Sun was defeated, The raging power of good fortune also dissipated, scattering through the world. But now, all of this power of good fortune followed the scattered Azura laws in the skies and swept towards Lin Ming's inner world. What? Seeing this scene, the Saint Empyrean's eyes turned wide. For the inner world to open wide and greedily suck up all the energy of the world, this meant that Lin Ming was making his breakthrough. He had just said that Lin Ming's life source had been affected by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, leaving behind hidden wounds and even possibly hindering his future achievements. This would be a normal consequence of surviving an attack from the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Ming had begun to converge the power of the world within himself to complete a breakthrough. Even the power of good fortune that the good fortune Saint Sun wrested from the world was absorbed by Lin Ming, becoming a gift to him. Chapter 1778, I, Holy Lord. Chapter 1778, I, Holy Lord. How is this possible? The Saint Empyrean was in a state of utter disbelief. After Lin Ming fiercely battled the good fortune Saint Sun, although he had still managed to remain standing in the end, his body was in a mess. He had an unknown number of meridians injured and had lost a great deal of blood vitality. In this situation where he hadn't even had time to heal, how could he experience a breakthrough? Lin Ming was already a half-step Holy Lord. Once he made a breakthrough, he would be a Holy Lord. In simpler words, a half-step Holy Lord was ultimately still a Divine Lord. From Divine Lord to Holy Lord, this was leaping a large boundary upwards, a whole new level for a martial artist. The inner world of a Divine Lord martial artist was like a continent high in the skies, and above the earth were twisting rivers and towering mountains, complete with all sorts of plants and other life forms. But a Holy Lord realm martial artist was different. Their inner world's continent would shatter and reform into a planet. As for their inner world, it would become a universe capable of holding this planet. This meant that a martial artist's strength would rapidly soar but also involve all sorts of risks. Many martial artists would undergo all kinds of preparations, waiting until they were in their peak state before daring to make this breakthrough. Even then, they didn't necessarily have full confidence in success, much less someone like the current Lin Ming. I will be his protector. Empyrean vast universe's figure flashed and he arrived in front of Lin Ming. He released an energy as great as a cosmos, rapidly surrounding Lin Ming within it. He did this to prevent the Saint Empyrean from playing some trick on Lin Ming. After all, a martial artist was weakest during their breakthroughs, and the slightest interruption could cause severe wounds. No one anticipated that Lin Ming would be making a breakthrough at this time. This was simply because at the final trial's third level, after Lin Ming fused with the Azura blood, the energy within his inner world had already reached the limit. He had been ready to break into the Holy Lord realm ever since then, but during the final trial's third level, Lin Ming had suppressed his breakthrough in order to further consolidate his cultivation. This caused his cultivation to pause at the half-step Holy Lord realm. And now, with his violent duel with the good fortune Saint Sun, Lin Ming had displayed his greatest strength again and again, repeatedly impacting his inner world with a tyrannical level of energy. Finally, the suppressed energy within Lin Ming had erupted. His breakthrough was now an unstoppable event. Ka. Within Lin Ming's inner world, a massive continent dozens of times larger than an ordinary martial artist's began to rapidly sunder open. The ground cracked and lava came gushing out. Lin Ming paled and blood flowed out from the corners of his lip. To an essence-gathering system martial artist, their inner world was their life source. Once that inner world shattered, a martial artist would definitely suffer the backlash. Lin Ming's foundation was countless times more formidable than that of others of his level. Whether it was mortal body, meridians, or capacity of his dantian, all of it could compare favorably with a great world king. But correspondingly, because Lin Ming's inner world was far too magnificent, once it began collapsing it would create a terrifying explosion. This sort of explosion was something that even a world king would find difficult to bear. And Lin Ming had already exhausted all his strength. It wouldn't be easy to persist through this. Brat, you are more than ruthless. After today, you are your own myth. Empyrean vast universe shouted at Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming's entire body was drenched in blood, Empyrean vast universe wasn't worried that he would die here at all. Lin Ming had an incredible destiny upon his body. Even facing the good fortune Saint Sun who had his own rainbow-like destiny, Lin Ming had defeated him. So how could Lin Ming possibly die here during his breakthrough to the Holy Lord realm? Shio, shio, shio. The energy of the world howled. A crazy power of good fortune rushed forth like a wave of tsunamis, all of it swelling towards Lin Ming. Behind Lin Ming, the Azura war god phantom appeared once more. An infinite amount of mysterious Azura laws wildly surged out, causing the land to be immersed in a world of independent laws. The energy within Lin Ming's inner world was like a snowball rolling down a hill, becoming larger as it went. Soon, it reached a critical point. It would completely erupt. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of echoing thunderclaps transmitted from Lin Ming's inner world. The continent in Lin Ming's inner world completely collapsed at this moment. Massive tracts of the continent disintegrated into fragments, mixing together with the lava, broken mountains, and rivers. Everything collapsed in on itself. Lin Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he was dripping sweat. At this moment, the minds of everyone present tightened. Even Xiao Moxian clenched her fists, burning with worry. Even though she knew that it was unlikely for Lin Ming to experience any accidents during his breakthrough, love was never rational to begin with. Her heart had already leapt into her throat. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The explosions within his inner world continued without end. Then, within Lin Ming's completely ruined inner world, the vast power of laws rained down, completely condensing atop the remnants of the continent. An invisible attraction force appeared. All of the fragments of the continent gathered together, condensing into another form. And at this moment, in the deep center of the continent's fragments, a small black hole appeared. This small black hole released a mighty gravitational force, causing all of the nearby continent fragments to firmly stick onto it, compressing even tighter. This was a special effect of the divine seal art. Due to the celestial body condensed through the divine seal art, a martial artist's planet would be 100 times more compact and 100 times heavier. As the planet reformed, more and more crazy auras erupted from Lin Ming's body. The surrounding origin energy in the air, the power of good fortune, all of it chaotically rushed towards this point, creating countless energy vortexes. These energy vortexes came in different sizes. Because of their appearance, the laws of the world began to stir up. Some martial artists weren't able to deal with the sudden change around them and stumbled before falling down from the skies. Ah! Someone cried out in shock. With the cultivations of the martial artists present, they wouldn't suffer any wounds even if they fell to the ground. But, this sudden feeling of being unable to control the energy within the world combined with losing the ability to fly made many of these young elites with insufficient cultivations feel terrified. Luckily, they had their own masters or elders standing nearby to send out beams of true essence to grab onto these people. Even many divine Lord Realm martial artists felt unsteady. They couldn't help but summon more true essence in order to stabilize themselves. At this time, more and more energy vortexes appeared in the skies. From afar, the entire heaven was lit up with endless divine light, as if countless tiny suns had appeared on the horizon, innumerable and stretching without end. When the weaker martial artists were caught in the range of these energy vortexes, they felt an extreme pressure push down on them, making them feel nauseous. This is... Another young elite cried out in alarm. This is the aura formed by a peerless powerhouse. A human Empyrean slowly said. Lin Ming had inherited the legacy of the Azura Roadmaster, and in the Azura Roadmaster's many lives he had gone on innumerable expeditions. Countless ancient kings had fallen to his hand, and many of these ancient kings had cultivations comparable to a true divinity. Through 3 billion years of battle, the Azura Roadmaster had killed these countless peerless powerhouses and their aura had gathered together. This was an extremely terrifying concept. Even if Lin Ming had only inherited less than 1,000th of this, it was still enough to intimidate the many young elites present. It was difficult for them to withstand this pressure. Is this the breakthrough of a holy lord? Although the momentum isn't as great as an Empyrean breakthrough, a great world king cannot hope to match up to this. On the Saint race's side, the Saint Empyrean paled. He was a peak Empyrean, but because of the breakthrough of a junior breaking into the Holy Lord realm, he had nearly lost his mind. This was because the momentum of Lin Ming breaking into the Holy Lord realm was far too vast. If he were to break into the Empyrean realm in the future, just what would happen then? Would even a great world break apart? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a sharp cutting sound, the many energy vortexes spinning between the heavens and earth began to rush into Lin Ming's inner world. The light shining out from Lin Ming's body became increasingly bright. As the massive number of energy vortexes converged within him, it made him look like an exploding sun, blinding to the eyes. In this situation, many young elites turned as white as a ghost. They found it difficult to breathe. When this momentum reached the limit, there was a resounding explosion as horrifying light waves erupted from within Lin Ming. A tremendous pressure gushed out. This sort of feeling was like numerous divine dragons roaring out together. The vast sea was pushed away and hollowed out by the airwaves, creating a giant blue bowl that extended for hundreds of miles. At the edges of this bowl, the rough sea waves raged up and down. Every single wave was like a blue mountain, grand and majestic as it soared into the skies. Behind Lin Ming, a black phantom that was hundreds of feet high appeared. This black phantom had 3 heads and 6 arms. Each arm was as thick and sturdy as a pillar that supported the skies and also held different weapons. The aura of this phantom had reached the pinnacle of possibility. This was the Azura war god phantom. If the young elites present weren't protected by their respective masters and elders, they might have already vomited blood and been grievously wounded upon facing this giant. Roar. The black phantom leaned back its head and crazily howled into the skies. Its cry broke into the dome of the world and trillions of pillars of water shot into the skies. At this time, the entire heaven-lifting black pagoda fiercely shook. In the midst of this savage howl, even common Holy Lord realm martial artists were soon unable to withstand it. After several breaths of time, there was a rustling sound as the giant black phantom rapidly shrunk before submerging into Lin Ming's body and completely disappearing from sight. In the frenzy of energy, Lin Ming slowly opened his eyes. His eyes sparked with arcs of lightning, as if his gaze alone could penetrate into the skies. As for the aura of his body, it was completely restrained without the least bit flowing out. This was because when Lin Ming's inner world had reformed, it had taken a black hole celestial body as its core. All of the strength within his inner world had condensed into this black hole with only a tiny amount leaking out. At this moment, Lin Ming had finally broken into the Holy Lord realm. Holy Lord realm, it really is the Holy Lord realm. Not too far away, the Saint Empyrean had already long lost his previous haughty calm. At the end of Lin Ming's battle with the Good Fortune Saint Sun, the Good Fortune Saint Sun had completely exhausted himself, and it was likely this battle would affect his future cultivation. But on the other hand, not only did Lin Ming not have any permanent damage, but he had broken through his cultivation base and become a Holy Lord. The disparity was simply beyond description. Chapter 1779, The Rewards of Victory. Chapter 1779, The Rewards of Victory. To an entire race, a single Holy Lord realm martial artist wasn't anything at all. Amongst the human race of the divine realm alone, there were several hundred Empyreans, 3,000 rulers of great worlds, the numerous great world kings of the many Empyrean heavenly palaces as well as those that were hidden, and as for ordinary world kings and Holy Lord realm martial artists, they were simply innumerable. When an ordinary martial artist broke into the Holy Lord realm, to someone on the level of an Empyrean, that was the same as a tiny bug breaking out of its cocoon. It simply wouldn't arouse their interest. But Lin Ming breaking into the Holy Lord realm left all the Empyreans present shocked speechless for a long time. The half-step Holy Lord Lin Ming had already been strong enough to suppress the Good Fortune Saint Sun. Then, just how strong would he be after becoming a Holy Lord? If the current Lin Ming were to fight with the Good Fortune Saint Sun again, just what sort of scene would that be? Not too far away, the Good Fortune Saint Sun had already awoken from his unconsciousness and swallowed a recovery pill. Today was the most frustrating day he had experienced in his life. During his battle with Lin Ming, he had even burnt a bit of his blood essence and still lost. Even so, the damage to his mortal body was nothing compared to the blow to his deepest feelings. In particular, After the battle finished, the seriously wounded Lin Ming had broken into the Holy Lord realm and had cast him further behind by a larger margin. When this was combined with the fact that Lin Ming was younger than he was, this left him unable to summon the courage to chase after him. Your Highness Wumor. Beside the good fortune Saint's son, the Saint Empyrean sighed in his heart. When the saints invaded the divine realm, the good fortune Saint's son had won a series of victories. First he had led the grand army of the saints in an expedition through the bright luster world, obtaining countless accolades, and after that he had continuously challenged human world kings and even a great world king, beating them all one after another. For the last several dozen years, the momentum of the saints had risen to the top of the wave. At the same time, the morale of humanity had been pushed into a pit. The good fortune Saint's son was originally someone with illustrious and nigh undefeated exploits, but today he had been defeated by Lin Ming and it had been an absolute loss. The Saint Empyrean didn't know how to comfort the good fortune Saint's son. He could only say, Your Highness, the day for our saint race to conquer the divine realm is not too far away. At that time, Lin Ming will absolutely not have had the time to grow. A dead genius is no genius at all. As the Saint Empyrean spoke, the good fortune Saint's son didn't seem to hear him at all. The good fortune Saint's son gripped his fists together, releasing explosive crackling sounds from his knuckles. He could not tolerate such a defeat. Even if the saints were to destroy humanity in the end, he had still lost to Lin Ming. This was an unchangeable fact as well as the ultimate disgrace of his life. Wumor, you have been defeated. According to our agreement, take out the methods for humanity to break into true divinity as well as the 9 orifices exquisite pill, and also cancel your marriage proposal to the demon race. Lin Ming grasped the black dragon spear and pointed it towards the good fortune Saint's son. Killing intent gushed out from his body, forming a sound like rolling thunderclaps that stunned the world. At this time, because Lin Ming had just made his breakthrough, his originally damaged body and energy had been restored by over half. Thus, as he spoke, his aura was extremely powerful. The sound waves of his voice caused space to shiver and the already severely wounded good fortune Saint's son found this difficult to withstand. His body shook and his complexion paled. The Saint Empyrean beside him released a wisp of astral essence and poured it into the good fortune Saint's son. Only then was the good fortune Saint's son able to relax. To the good fortune Saint's son, this was an unprecedented humiliation. In the past, when hadn't it been him who had used his aura to suppress and frighten others? Even when Empyreans were present, the good fortune Saint's son was still able to rely on the grand mist spirit bead in his body to remain composed. But now, his meridians and organs were damaged and his astral essence was in utter chaos. He was completely unable to stimulate the grand mist spirit bead at all. He had been entirely suppressed by Lin Ming. The good fortune Saint's son gnashed his teeth and glared at Lin Ming with eyes that could kill. He waved his arm and 2 jade slips and a pillbox shot out like arcs of lightning. Pa! The jade slips and pillbox fell into Lin Ming's hand. The pillbox shattered, immediately revealing a long-sized pill. The pill was a deep green and had a fragrance that warmed the heart and mind. This was the 9 orifices exquisite pill. The 9 orifices exquisite pill was a pill whose grade neared the true divinity level. It had been personally refined by the good fortune Saint Sovereign and the materials used to refine it were extremely rare. It was a true miracle medicine for body transformation martial artists. For Lin Ming, it was extremely useful. As for the 2 jade slips, they were true divinity cultivation methods that could be used by humans. One was relatively complete and one was extremely incomplete. Lin Ming cultivated the Azura heavenly Tao, thus these jade slips weren't too useful to him. But for the Empyreans of humanity, their significance was completely different. As the many human Empyreans present looked at the 2 jade slips in Lin Ming's hand, their eyes shined. These were human cultivation methods for breaking into true divinity. In the Great Calamity 3.6 billion years ago, the inheritances of humanity had been severed and breaking into the realm of true divinity had become a myth that was no longer possible. To the Empyreans of humanity, this had become a pain forever lodged in their hearts. Although they were clearly aware that even with these 2 sets of cultivation methods it was still incomparably unlikely for them to become true divinities, there was still a ray of hope. For those dedicated to traversing the road of martial arts, what they feared the most was not that it was dangerous or arduous, but that there was no hope to continue at all. For a time, the several human Empyreans present couldn't help but use their senses to probe the jade slips. Hope shined in their eyes without reserve. Each one of them had extraordinary levels of experience. They were naturally able to see that these jade slips weren't fakes, but real true divinity-level cultivation method. Humph. These half-dead geezers, do they really think they can break into true divinity with this? Even if I gave them the jade slips, it would still be useless. The good fortune Saint's son ferociously thought in his heart. Not only was becoming a true divinity nearly impossible, but even if they could, who knew when that would happen? When an Empyrean cultivated, they used millions of years or hundreds of thousands of years as the unit of time. In the good fortune Saint's son's eyes, humanity would have long perished by then. Even so, these two jade slips that Lin Ming won had an extraordinary significance for humanity. Lin Ming, you have really helped us a lot. Empyrean vast universe thanked from his heart. Beside him, Empyrean divine dream also slightly bowed. Although these two true divinity cultivation methods didn't have much use to Lin Ming, he had still put forth the black dragon spear in a gambling bet with the good fortune Saint's son. And that black dragon spear was definitely highly significant to Lin Ming. Lin Ming had won these two true divinity cultivation methods all in order to stabilize the hearts of the Empyreans of humanity, and so that the good fortune Saint's son couldn't use these cultivation methods to bewitch them. Otherwise, humanity wouldn't even need the saints to attack. There would inevitably be traitors in their ranks that would cause humanity to be in an even more precarious position. We all owe Lin Ming our gratitude. Empyrean divine dream softly said. As she looked at Lin Ming, there was a complex emotion in her eyes. The Divine Realm first martial meeting was when Divine Dream had first seen Lin Ming. At that time, Lin Ming had still been weaker than Han Kai and Frost Dream, and his talent was slightly inferior to that of Xian Moxian. Back then, she had only paid a minor amount of attention to him, not attaching too much importance to him in her heart. She never imagined that so many years later, Lin Ming would have such legendary accomplishment. His growth could not be described with common sense. How terrifying. I fear that in another 100 to 200 years, Lin Ming will catch up to me. Empyrean vast universe wryly smiled as he looked at Lin Ming. He felt nothing but heartfelt joy at seeing Lin Ming's breakthrough, but he also felt it was unbelievable. 100 to 200 years from now, Lin Ming would only be a few hundred years old. To have strength comparable to an Empyrean at this age was mind-boggling. It could only be said that Lin Ming's talent defied the will of the heavens to begin with, and with the shifting trends of the world brought about by the Great Calamity, this allowed his achievements to surpass any reasonable logic. In this grand world, heroes will pour forth from the ranks. At that time, Lin Ming will inevitably be the one leading them. As for the other young elites, they will surely shine brilliantly, but no matter how dazzling they are, they still won't outshine Lin Ming. The new was constantly replacing the old. At that moment, Empyrean vast universe felt the true weight of his age. Although he was an Empyrean, this great calamity was not his stage. Only Empyrean divine dream, great limitless Buddha, Emperor Sokia, Empyrean demon Dawn, and other such peak Empyreans had the ability to stand upon the stage of the world. For them there was even a faint ray of hope that they could take one more step forwards and break into the realm of true divinity. In the skies, Lin Ming put away the 9 orifices exquisite pill. With a wave of his arm, the 2 jade slips shot out and fell into Divine Dream's hand. Senior Divine Dream, these jade slips will be left in your care. I believe you are much more suitable for keeping them. Divine Dream could be called the leader of humanity. If the jade slips were given to her, it would give her words that much more weight. After all, Divine Dream was only the nominal leader of humanity, and many Empyreans might not be willing to listen to her. But with these 2 jade slips, she would be the one controlling power and authority. Just who would dare not listen to her? Divine Dream grasped these 2 jade slips that were still warm from Lin Ming's touch and heavily nodded. She would receive this gratitude. Although Lin Ming owed a graciousness to her, it was far inferior to how Lin Ming had just repaid the favor. Cultivate in peace then. Leave the war matters between humanity and the saints to me, Empyrean Divine Dream said with a sound transmission. Great. Lin Ming could faintly feel that the true outbreak of the great calamity wasn't too far away. He had to make use of this remaining time as well as he could and increase his strength as much as possible. Lin Ming clenched his fists and turned around, looking straight at Empyrean Demon Dawn and the Monster Emperor. Senior Demon Dawn. Senior Monster Emperor. Lin Ming's voice was filled with energy. Facing these two Empyreans, his aura shined brilliantly, not weakening in the least. Demon Dawn silently looked towards Lin Ming, speechless. Today, Lin Ming's actions, all of his performances, could no longer be described as those of a peerless character. Rather, he could be called the number one junior within the entirety of the 33 heavens. Whether it was strength, talent, character, bearing, courage, or perseverance, he was simply perfection personified. By all reasoning, such a character would have countless influences struggling to court him. Innumerable rulers and powerhouses would send out all of their most outstanding disciples, daughters, and granddaughters to Lin Ming, even as concubines. In peaceful times, even Empyrean Demon Dawn would be glad and assured to see Xiao Moxian together with Lin Ming. But now, the situation was completely different. Senior Demon Dawn, Junior wishes to propose marriage. Please betroth Xiana to this junior. Lin Ming cupped his fists together, his voice ringing out clear and loud. As his voice spread through the audience, Xiao Moxian trembled. Her eyes were wet with tears. At the start, when Lin Ming and the Good Fortune Saint Sun decided to battle, Xiao Moxian had been extremely worried for him. Later, when Lin Ming fiercely fought the Good Fortune Saint Sun without falling back at all, she had felt a deep sense of pride. And now, after Lin Ming defeated the Good Fortune Saint Sun, she felt endless joy. Finally, Lin Ming had broken through to the Holy Lord realm, and underneath the eyes of all present, he had proposed marriage a second time. Xiao Moxian's thoughts were in upheaval and she was finding it hard to restrain herself. Chapter 1780, The Flames of Hope. Chapter 1780, The Flames of Hope. The first time Lin Ming proposed marriage, he had been mocked as someone who was doing nothing but bringing shame upon himself. But the second time he proposed marriage, his words caused the expressions of the many Empyreans present to change. When Xiao Moxian had journeyed with Lin Ming in the past, she had no expectations of any happy ending for them. Although she had stated several times that she didn't have any wild hopes of them ending up together in the future, what kind of girl didn't want to end up married with someone they sincerely loved? Thus, Lin Ming had solemnly proposed twice. At this time, Xiao Moxian's emotions were in upheaval. She could no longer think clearly, but she knew that within her lifetime she would always keep this memory in her heart. Even if she were to perish in the future great calamity because she chose Lin Ming, she would have no regrets in her life. As Empyrean Demon Dawn saw the range of emotions pass over his granddaughter's face, he deeply sighed. Then, he waved his hand and took back the true essence lock he had placed within her. Immediately, strength was restored to Xiao Moxian. She felt her body lighten and then she turned to look towards Empyrean Demon Dawn. From her angle, all she could see was his back. That back was tall and strong, a sight she had gazed upon since her birth. But at this moment, for some reason Xiao Moxian only felt an infinite sorrow from that back. Go, Empyrean Demon Dawn gloomily said. Henceforth you are no longer my granddaughter. The demon race also has no relations with you. Follow Lin Ming and assist him well. Make sure that his achievements are peerless. If there is even the tiniest shred of hope, perhaps he will obtain the power to turn the tide and rule the world. If so, please ask him for your sake, to leave a single incense stick for the demon race. Empyrean Demon Dawn's voice reverberated in Xiao Moxian's ears. At this time, he didn't seem like the matchless ruler of the demon race, but only a poor old man whose actions had been compelled by circumstance. And in his heart, he had always felt nothing but the deepest love and concern for his granddaughter. Grandfather. Xiao Moxian bit her lips, unsure what pained feeling was rising in her heart. Can't you believe in Lin Ming? Believe in humanity? Do you really believe that there is no chance for humanity to survive the great calamity? Humanity? Empyrean Demon Dawn shook his head. There are some things that you do not know. 3 days from now, come and see me with Lin Ming. I will give you something and also tell you something. After Empyrean Demon Dawn finished speaking, he didn't stay any longer. During the monster race's grand longevity feast, because of the battle between Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sun, the longevity feast itself had become irrelevant. The good fortune Saint Sun also had no interest in dawdling here any longer. He immediately left the monster race and returned to the bright luster world. As for the human martial artists, most of them stayed to celebrate the monster emperor's birthday. As for this longevity feast becoming as bizarre as it did, it had completely run counter to his expectations. Originally, the human and monster races couldn't be called friends or enemies. But now, they were sharing drinks around the same table. This left the young elites of the monster race feeling this was all too weird. All of this was because of Lin Ming. After the monster emperor's grand longevity feast ended, 3 days passed. News of Lin Ming defeating the good fortune Saint Sun had been spread through all great influences into every intelligence network, soon reaching the entire divine realm. The good fortune Saint Sun had repeatedly challenged the world kings and great world kings of humanity and had won again and again. The armies of the saints had pressed upon the territory of the human race, and the divine realm was in a precarious position, teetering on unrest. At this time, humanity desperately needed a victory. Moreover, this was a tremendous absolute victory that had been completely unexpected. Before this, people only knew that Lin Ming had a 100-year duel with the good fortune Saint Sun. Even if they didn't have much faith in Lin Ming to begin with, none of them imagined that after just 60 years, when there was still 40 years remaining, Lin Ming would have already defeated the good fortune Saint Sun. A half-step Holy Lord had battled and surpassed a middle Holy Lord. Even though the good fortune Saint Sun had used every possible move in his arsenal, including the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, he still wasn't Lin Ming's match. And, what was most terrifying was that after Lin Ming defeated the good fortune Saint Sun, he had made use of that momentum to break into the Holy Lord realm and awe everyone present. For a time, news was spread with headlines such as Lin Ming defeated the good fortune Saint Sun and subdued the monster and demon races afterwards, or Lin Ming broke through the Holy Lord realm with strength nearing that of a half-step Empyrean by every large intelligence network. As the countless human martial artists of the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds heard this news, all of them seemed to be shot with a cardiac stimulant. They were filled with a zealous joy and celebrated daily. In all the restaurants there would be people retelling the tale of how Lin Ming defeated the good fortune Saint Sun. Even though these stories had numerous embellishments, the people shouted out loud for them to be repeated as they were excited to the extreme. Lin Ming's victory was the same as announcing to all of existence that the young elites rising from the ranks of humanity were not weaker than those of the saint. All of the young Lin maniacs from various influences took Lin Ming as their goal and idol, worshipping him. As for those Empyreans in their heavenly palaces and those that stayed in hidden worlds, they all praised Lin Ming's accomplishments. Many of them even rushed to Divine Dream Heavenly Palace the same day, preparing to wait for the return of Divine Dream and Lin Ming. If one had to look for a reason, it was definitely because of the 2 human true divinity cultivation methods that he had obtained. Many supreme elders that were stranded at the late Empyrean realm couldn't sit still upon hearing this news. Cultivation methods to break into true divinity, this was far too important for them. Of course, only very few people could be like these Divine Realm Empyreans and go to Divine Dream Heavenly Palace to wait there for Lin Ming and Divine Dream to return. For the vast majority of martial artists, it was impossible to see Lin Ming. They could only step back and try to flatter some of the influences that were on good terms with Lin Ming. For instance, the ancient Phoenix clan. Because of Lin Ming, the current ancient Phoenix clan now had an amazing status. They were given all sorts of precious resources, and many young talents rushed to join the ancient Phoenix clan. These Lin maniacs dreamt of becoming disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan like their hero was. This also caused the ancient Phoenix clan to increase the threshold of disciples they accepted again and again. Young disciples were the future of a sect. To have so many outstanding disciples also meant that a sect would have wonderful prospects. And in order to allow the ancient Phoenix clan to rapidly develop and not delay the growth of these young disciples, Divine Dream Heavenly Palace specifically sent some World King level powerhouses to go to the ancient Phoenix clan as teachers. At the same time, these people also brought cultivation resources and superior inheritances. If this continued, the ancient Phoenix clan would soon become a World King Holy Land. Even becoming a Great World King Holy Land was only a matter of time and accumulation. Because of the fierce duel between Lin Ming and the Good Fortune Saint Sun, the ancient Phoenix clan had become a bustling land filled with activity. In the skies above the ancient Phoenix clan, countless people from innumerable large influences arrived. All sorts of spirit beast mounts, extravagant spirit ships, and majestic spirit boats filled the skies, blocking out all sight. And as for Lin Ming's first wives, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan, as well as his little sister Lin Xiaoge, they obtained the endless attention and care of others. After being in the divine realm for all these years, Lin Xiaoge sometimes went to the ancient Phoenix clan and sometimes went to Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. And no matter where she went, she was guided with the full ability of those influences, and numerous resources were given to her. When added with her not too bad perception to begin with, she was now at the late Divine Lord realm. Although Lin Xiaoge had the ability to leap ranks to fight, she wasn't as heaven-defying as a true Empyrean descendant. Even so, for her to have such a cultivation at this age was more than enough to be proud of. And at this time, amongst those people visiting the ancient Phoenix clan, many of them were great world kings. A great world king was the ruler of a great world. To the ancient Phoenix clan, they had once been legendary existences, able to annihilate the ancient Phoenix clan with a turn of their hands. But even these people didn't have the qualifications to contact Lin Ming. Even Empyreans were politely waiting at Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, so what were great world kings considered as? Thus, they could only come to the ancient Phoenix clan and greet Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan. A wife's status was as great as their husbands. As these extremely high-level overlords saw Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan, they were extremely polite and even faintly respectful. The various precious congratulatory gifts piled up high in the cultivation chambers of Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, and Lin Xiaoge. If any one of these gifts were casually taken out, they would be enough to cause Holy Lord powerhouses to engage in a life-or-death battle for them. They were the ultimate stabilizing treasures of Holy Lord-level Holy Lands. But now, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan had enough of these treasures to fill entire rooms. They couldn't decline them even if they wanted to. And as these overlords of various influences were currying favor with those close to Lin Ming was actually together with Xiao Moxian. They were accompanied by Empyrean Divine Dream and avoided all eyes, quietly arriving at the heaven-lifting Black Pagoda to see Empyrean Demon Dawn. Just a while ago, Empyrean Demon Dawn had told Xiao Moxian that he had some words to say to them. As for Empyrean Divine Dream following them, that was in order to protect Lin Ming. After all, the monster and demon races were not the allies of humanity. Even if Divine Dream didn't believe that Empyrean Demon Dawn would use some disgraceful methods to deal with Lin Ming, she still had to plan for all possibilities. Chapter 1781, Demon Dawn's Advice. Chapter 1781, Demon Dawn's Advice. Although the Monster Emperor's grand longevity feast had ended, the surrounding disciples in the Black Pagoda would still be enjoying a celebration banquet for another month. When Lin Ming, Divine Dream, and Xiao Moxian entered the Black Pagoda, they didn't alert anyone at all. As they passed through the Black Pagoda, they entered a transmission array and went straight to the top. Here, there was a giant hall. This hall had no light and was incomparably dark. But with Lin Ming and the others' eyesight, they naturally weren't affected by such things. They could clearly see the back of a tall figure standing in the hall, wearing a long black cloak. This person was undoubtedly Empyrean Demon Dawn. "Grandfather!" Xiao Moxian called out softly, her voice shivering. To reunite with her grandfather in such a situation, Xiao Moxian was left in an extremely complex mood. Empyrean Demon Dawn turned and wasn't surprised to see Divine Dream slowly following behind Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. He only faintly said, "Sit." Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian, and Divine Dream took seats around the table with Empyrean Demon Dawn sitting across from them. After a long period of silence, he took off a ring from his finger and slid it across the table towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming was startled. He glanced at Empyrean Demon Dawn and used his sense to probe the contents of the spatial ring. Upon inspection, he was surprised. The inner space of this spatial ring was as broad as a miniature world. It was impressively an Empyrean spirit treasure level spatial ring. At Lin Ming's level, ordinary Empyrean spirit treasures weren't too precious at all. But Empyrean spirit treasure level spatial rings were still exceedingly rare because refining such an object was extremely difficult. An Empyrean spirit treasure level spatial ring possessed an extremely stable inner space and could hold extremely large objects. As Lin Ming continued investigating the inner space of the spatial ring, he discovered a medicine garden filled with all sorts of rare and precious medicinal herbs. The medicine garden exuded a thick spiritual energy and was of an extremely high quality. In particular, at the center of the medicine garden was a red spirit orchid. This spirit orchid was 3 feet tall and each leaf was as sharp as a sword that emitted a dense cold air. Lin Ming didn't doubt that if he could fold a leaf from this spirit orchid, he could use it as a sharp sword. And at the center of this spirit orchid was a fist-sized fruit. This fruit was in the shape of a phoenix and looked remarkably lifelike. Even the textures of the phoenix feathers were evident, as if it were a mini phoenix frozen in time. Even though Lin Ming was far away from the spatial ring, he could feel the terrifying fire origin energy contained within this phoenix fruit. If a fire attribute martial artist were to swallow it, the advantages they would obtain could be imagined. Moreover, Lin Ming could see that this fruit wasn't fully mature yet either. Once it matured, it would experience a qualitative leap upward. This fruit. Lin Minute was startled. He looked towards Empyrean Demon Dawn. This is a nirvana fruit. It has already been growing for several hundred thousands of years. Later when Xiana was born, I planned to gift this to her. This medicine garden has a great deal of precious and rare medicinal herbs, but these herbs are deliberately chosen to act as the fertilizer for the nirvana fruit. They aren't meant to be picked, but rather allowed to wither and fall so that they can become compost in the soil beneath the nirvana fruit. As Empyrean Demon Dawn spoke, Lin Ming was secretly dumbfounded. When a poor mortal family planted medicinal crops, they would use fertilizer to nourish them. These fertilizers, besides being made from human and animal excrement, also included the ashes of plants. Some dead plants were even directly buried into the soil so that they could rot and be used as fertilizer. When Empyrean Demon Dawn planted this nirvana fruit, he used all sorts of rare and precious medicinal herbs as the fertilizer, allowing them to ripen and then wither, falling into the soil. These rare and precious spirit herbs had absorbed the spiritual energy of the world and gathered a nearly endless amount of essence. After they fell, this essence would also fuse into the soil where it would be absorbed by the nirvana fruit. Because of this, the quality of the nirvana fruit could be imagined. Within the Empyrean spirit treasure level spatial ring, besides the nirvana fruit, there was also a pile of violet sun crystals on the other side of the medicine garden as well as a good number of 9 sun jades. Finally, there was something that caught Lin Ming's attention the most. In a space within this world, there was a slowly burning black flame. This mass of flames burned peacefully as if it wasn't hot at all. But from this flame, Lin Ming could feel a terrifying annihilating aura. Without a doubt, this was the annihilation flame elemental that Empyrean Demon Dawn had agreed to give to Lin Ming. If Lin Ming wanted to open the third Dao Palace, the extreme polar Dao Palace, what he needed was a pair of Empyrean grade fire elementals and thunder sources. Now he had obtained the fire elemental and was only missing a suitable thunder source. The things in this ring are for you and Xiana. I agreed to give you the fire elemental already, and as for the nirvana fruit and other objects, those can be considered Xiana's dowry. You are someone that has had countless lucky chances in their lifetime and will experience even more, so the things I can offer you are limited. Empyrean Demon Dawn slowly said to Lin Ming. Many of the lucky chances Lin Ming obtained were at the true divinity level. No matter how deep Empyrean Demon Dawn's background was, his treasures were limited to the peak Empyrean level, such as Empyrean spirit treasures and cultivation methods. Even if he took these things out, they wouldn't be of much use to Lin Ming. Thank you, Empyrean Demon Dawn. Lin Ming took the ring in both hands and respectfully accepted it. Senior, you previously requested this junior to come here in order to give me something as well as to tell me something. May I ask what that something is? Lin Ming asked. Empyrean Divine Dream also leaned towards Empyrean Demon Dawn. Empyrean Demon Dawn was a very serious person, and if he were to solemnly invite Lin Ming to a meeting, it was likely that what he wanted to say was no trifling matter, and perhaps even involved the situation of war between humanity and the saints. Millimeter, it involves this upcoming great calamity. Empyrean Demon Dawn laid down a soundproofing enchantment that shrouded everyone inside. After hearing the words great calamity, Lin Ming's heart chilled. Indeed, this was something related to the great calamity. As you know already, the saints came to my demon race and the monster race in order to form an alliance. You might think that us allying with the saints is to act against our interests, but the truth is that, because the saints wanted to hastily form the alliance, they disclosed some information to me and the monster emperor. As Empyrean Demon Dawn said this, Lin Ming straightened up and carefully listened with perked ears. The first is that because of some reasons, the true divinities of the saints are unable to leave for the time being. As for whether or not this is because of their war with the spiriters or because they have some other more pressing matters to attend to, I do not know nor can I guess. The second is that the time for the saints to attack humanity is coming soon. It is not too far away at all. Perhaps when those saint true divinities have finished whatever it is that is occupying them, they will launch a full-on onslaught on the divine realm. This time might be more than 100 years away or as short as several dozen years. Thus, you do not have much time remaining. Empyrean Demon Dawn's voice was slow and heavy. But as these words fell into the ears of Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian, and Divine Dream, it was like all three of them had been struck by a massive weight. You said that the full-on onslaught of the saints could erupt within 100 years? Empyrean Divine Dream eyed Empyrean Demon Dawn. A rare harried expression was in her eyes. No wonder the monster and demon races had so quickly and decisively switched sides to the saints. Even if Lin Ming proved his potential and talent, he still wouldn't have changed Empyrean Demon Dawn's original plans. This was because there was just too little time before the great calamity truly erupted. A mere 100 years. No matter how talented Lin Ming was, it was impossible for him to become as strong as a true divinity in that time span. Rather, it should be said that if Lin Ming had the ability to face a weak Empyrean 100 years from now, that would already be extraordinary. But how could a Lin Ming who had the strength of a weak Empyrean have any effect in a great calamity that involved the extinction of a race? Empyrean Divine Dream couldn't help but glance at Lin Ming. Lin Ming had bowed his head and was frowning. Empyrean Demon Dawn's words had covered his heart in dark clouds. If what Empyrean Demon Dawn said was true, then there really was far too little time remaining. The information he obtained originally was that the spiriters were at war with the saints. According to Lin Ming's estimations, the spiriters had strength similar to the saints, so it was impossible for them to be defeated within 100 years. That left a single possibility remaining, and that was that because of some event occurring to the saints and the spiriters, they had come to an agreement to reach a temporary ceasefire. If so, then that was truly bad news. In a mere 100 years, what could Lin Ming do? What I said just now came from the mouth of the good fortune Saint Sun. And, my feeling is that what he said wasn't a lie. Lin Ming, I hope that you all take care of yourself and put your best into it. I do not wish to see your entire race be exterminated. Empyrean Demon Dawn looked at Lin Ming. And Lin Ming, I will give Xiana to you. Please, look after her for me. As Empyrean Demon Dawn said this, he stood up, clearly signaling the dismissal of the others. Xiao Moxian looked at Empyrean Demon Dawn and her heart tumbled with pain and sorrow. But in the end, she didn't say anything at all, instead following Lin Ming out of the Grand Hall. Before she left, she looked back one final time to see that Empyrean Demon Dawn had already turned around and was departing. His tall back with his long and heavy cloak slowly faded into the endless darkness. The short meeting with Empyrean Demon Dawn caused Divine Dream and Lin Ming to both suddenly awaken from the lingering joy after defeating the good fortune Saint Sun. If the full-out invasion of the saints really erupted within 100 years, then humanity wouldn't be prepared at all and they would be utterly defeated. And if a saint true divinity were to personally lead the troops, it would be nearly impossible for human Empyreans to stop them. Lin Ming, for the next several years, don't go out. You have just broken into the Holy Lord realm, so consolidate your foundation at my heavenly palace. I will use everything in my possession to seek all possible lucky chances for you, so that your cultivation can increase as much as possible. I hope that within 100 years, you will have strength equal to that of the weakest of Empyreans. Less than 100 years left humanity with far too little time. Divine Dream also didn't know how to help Lin Ming. Just through going into seclusion, one's cultivation wouldn't grow too quickly. Now that Lin Ming had reached the Holy Lord realm, it would be impossible for him to immediately move up to the next step. He needed time to slowly accumulate energy. Empyrean Divine Dream had already formed a well-thought-out plan. If the Saints were to truly begin their large-scale invasion within 100 years and humanity wasn't able to stop them, then their only choice was to send Lin Ming away ahead of time. As long as Lin Ming survived and broke into the true divinity realm in the future, there would always be a hope that humanity would be able to one day re-establish itself. However, after listening to Empyrean Divine Dream's suggestion, Lin Ming shook his head. He said, "There is only 100 years left. This junior still has some plans where we might be able to struggle for some hope."
Oh.
After hearing Lin Ming's thoughts, Empyrean Divine Dream looked at him with surprise in her eyes. "What do you plan on doing within the next 100 years? With Lin Ming's current boundary, no matter what he tried to do, Empyrean Divine Dream feared that there wouldn't be much meaning to it. Compared to the entire saint race, his strength alone was far too weak. Lin Ming said, "Junior wishes to go somewhere and see someone. Perhaps then there can be a change." Chapter 1782, Lin Ming's Plan. Chapter 1782, Lin Ming's Plan.
Oh.
See someone? Empyrean Divine Dream's thoughts stirred. If Lin Ming wanted to see someone at this time, then this person naturally wasn't some common character. Moreover, Lin Ming clearly implied that this person could influence the situation between the saints and humans. This left Empyrean Divine Dream puzzled. Amongst the entirety of humanity, Empyrean Divine Dream couldn't think of a single such person. "Is it someone you met in the Azura Road?" Empyrean Divine Dream couldn't help but think this. If Lin Ming had met some true divinity-level character in the Azura Road, then this person might have the smallest chances of helping and indeed changing the fate of humanity. But why would a true divinity powerhouse easily involve themselves in the Great Calamity? In order to resist the entire saint race, a single true divinity wasn't enough, because the saints themselves likely possessed more than one true divinity in their ranks. As for what rank of true divinity the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was, that was impossible to guess. Lin Ming said, "Indeed, this person is someone that Junior encountered in the Azura Road. But, in order for this Junior to find her, Junior will need the help of Senior Divine Dream. Junior once heard that Senior Divine Dream ventured into the soul world, grasping the principles there and dual cultivating essence and soul and finally establishing the Divine Dream law, right?" Empyrean Divine Dream looked at Lin Ming with surprise. "Are you saying you want to go to the soul world?" She had originally thought that Lin Ming would return to the Azura Road. Lin Ming nodded. Passing through the God-lamenting wall to go to the soul world was difficult. As for passing through the Azura Road, a martial artist had to use the Azura command to do so, and the Azura command only returned a martial artist to their original universe. Lin Ming said, "Junior wishes to see a Spiritus Empyrean. She is an acquaintance of mine. Big brother Lin, do you want to see Sheng Mai?" Xiao Moxian suddenly asked. If Lin Ming was looking for a Spiritus elder, her first thought was naturally Sheng Mai. At the very least, if they found Sheng Mai, they would be able to clarify some matters. They would be able to find out why the saints were entering a truce with the Spiritus. To humanity, this was an extremely important matter. Spiritus Empyrean? Divine Dream asked, surprised. "An Empyrean. Do you think she'll be of help if you find her?" "I'm not too sure." Lin Ming couldn't say with absolute certainty what would happen. If he found Sheng Mai, even if there wasn't much she could do to help him, there were at least some hopes. Senior Divine Dream, the person that Junior wishes to see may only be an Empyrean, but she is an extremely high-level figure within the Spiritus race. Junior wishes to find out from her just why the Saints and Spiritus would form a truce in the middle of their war, and whether or not humanity could pay some price to form an alliance with the Spiritus. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. If humanity could ally with the spiriters, then this great calamity might not be so terrifying. Form an alliance with the spiriters. Divine Dream's eyes lit up. If this was possible, then humanity would truly find a slim hope to survive. But forming this alliance might not be so simple. Not to mention that humanity might not be able to fulfill the conditions that the spiriters put forth. Lin Ming wanting to find Sheng Mai in the massive soul world wouldn't be easy at all. To travel an ultra-long distance across the nearly limitless space of the universes of the 33 heavens, as well as be responsible for such an important mission that concerned the life or death of an entire race, this responsibility all fell onto Lin Ming's shoulders. Divine Dream deeply sighed. Lin Ming, in these past years you have done far too much for the human race. To think that the many Empyreans of humanity would have a junior like you bear such weight on your shoulders. Lin Ming said, Senior Divine Dream, please don't consider me an outsider. Humanity is my roots. If humanity is exterminated, then I will become a leaf without roots. In any event, I will try my best to help humanity survive this great calamity. Concerning the question I asked Senior Divine Dream about the entrance to the soul world, may I ask whether or not it still exists? It is still there, it's just that. Empyrean Divine Dream pressed her eyebrows together, pausing for a moment before continuing to say, it is a transmission array in an ancient ruin that I once stumbled upon during my youth. It is something passed down by unknown predecessors of humanity from 3-6 billion years ago, or even 4 to 5 billion years ago. For me to have my current achievements, a great reason for that is because I discovered this ancient ruin. This ancient ruin is in an extremely mysterious space. And because of some strange reasons, there is a crack in the God-lamenting wall at this area. The walls dividing the 33 heavens were by no means perfect. For a very small number of exceptions, there were sometimes wormholes or black holes that broke through the space barriers in extremely mysterious places. However, even if such mystical places existed, it was still nearly impossible for a martial artist to pass through. But, if there was a true divinity-level powerhouse that was willing to sacrifice a portion of their cultivation, they could transform these mystical lands and form a connection through the barriers dividing the 33 heavens. When the saints first entered the universe of humanity to kill Empyrean Primordius and steal away the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, that was all due to the good fortune Saint Sovereign personally creating a connection that passed through the God-lamenting wall. However, the good fortune Saint Sovereign didn't find a wormhole or other crack in the wall. Rather, he used his powerful cultivation to penetrate a hole through the God-lamenting wall. But the ancient ruin that Empyrean Divine Dream mentioned was different. This place was originally a weak point of the God-lamenting wall to begin with, and due to the efforts of the unknown ancient true divinities, these places had become something similar to a transmission array connecting two universes that could be preserved for a long time. After listening to Empyrean Divine Dream, Lin Ming was startled. To transform a weakened space and form a transmission array connecting through the God-lamenting wall, this was truly an extremely skilled method. Perhaps even an ordinary true divinity would be unable to do so, and one would need to be an outstanding existence amongst all true divinities to succeed. The history of humanity had once been grand and illustrious, with countless peerless elites rising from the ranks. But all of these people had been forgotten in the sands of time with nothing left behind. Even the ancient ruin that Empyrean Divine Dream found had been left behind by some unknown ancient human sovereign. Empyrean Divine Dream said, Lin Ming, only I know the location of that ancient ruin. It is just that because so much time has passed, the transmission array has become too dilapidated to maintain stability. If you want to forcefully enter, then I fear it will be incredibly dangerous. The transmission array passes through the God-lamenting wall where there are unfathomably fatal space storms. My worry is that you won't be able to withstand them. They are that strong. Lin Ming was shocked. Empyrean Divine Dream already had a complete understanding of his strength and still had such worries. It could be seen from this just how horrifying those space storms were. Empyrean Divine Dream said, the terrifying space storms are just one aspect. Another aspect is that the transmission array has become extremely frail over the ages, and it is now the same as a rotten plank bridge. If you use too much force on this fragile little bridge and furiously fight, you will be able to force back the space storms. But the bridge itself might not be able to withstand the damage and could break apart. If so, you won't even have bones remaining. Hearing Empyrean Divine Dream's description, Lin Ming felt a chill crawl up his spine. If he used too much strength, then the transmission array itself would collapse, meaning he still wouldn't be able to cross it. Thus for this transmission array he would have to find some way to display the greatest efficacy with a limited level of strength. Only then would he be able to barely pass. Perhaps in the entire divine realm there weren't even a handful of people that could fulfill such harsh requirements. Empyrean Divine Dream said, "Millions of years ago when I passed through the ancient transmission array it was in a much better state. But that is just how things were. After I crossed, the transmission array broke down even further. If you want to cross now, I have no idea what the situation will be like." Empyrean Divine Dream looked at Lin Ming, her lake-clear eyes filled with worry. Lin Ming responded, "Even if it's difficult I must try. It is always better than waiting in the divine realm for that 100-year deadline to come and death to take us all. Moreover, when I go to the soul world it's to look for Sheng Mai but also to gain experience and temper myself. I won't find that by secluding myself in the divine realm." In the divine realm there was no longer anyone that could contend with Lin Ming. To rule a tiny peaceful corner of the vast cosmos would be disadvantageous to Lin Ming's growth. Only journeying into the greater world and developing his field of vision, finding new and stronger opponents and struggling for more lucky chances would allow Lin Ming to grow into the person he needed to be. "Since you have already firmed your resolve I will not try to change your mind. Lin Ming, you are humanity's hope. Don't forget that. For all of humanity, no matter what you try to do, nothing will be as important as making sure you stay alive. As long you are alive, that will be the greatest victory for us. If you can continue living for several hundred years or even millions of years, there will come a day when humanity will see the light of dawn once more." Millimeter. I understand. Lin Ming took a deep breath and gripped his fists. The higher a martial artist's cultivation was, the more difficult it was to go further. From a world king to an Empyrean, from an Empyrean to a true divinity, these two large boundaries required an unbelievably long period of accumulations. This could not be substituted with any lucky chance. Although Lin Ming might be able to compare with the weakest of Empyreans 100 years from now, that was only in terms of fighting strength. In cultivation alone, it was unlikely Lin Ming would have broken into the world king realm. There was still a long road ahead of him. And the saints would not give him the time to walk down that road. This was why Empyrean Divine Dream said that as long as Lin Ming lived on, that would be the greatest victory. I wonder what level I'll reach several hundred years or even millions of years from now. At that time, will I be able to fight the good fortune Saint Sovereign? As Lin Ming thought of this, his heart filled with a heroic daring and fighting intent. This great calamity was a disaster to all of humanity, but at the same time it was also the seed for a great prosperous age to grow with countless lucky chances all around. Every young genius in the divine realm would be baptized in the fires of the great calamity. Waves struck the shore, but when the tides washed away, the real gold would emerge. For those that died, their deaths would be a loss, but for those that lived, all of them would become extraordinary individuals. Senior Divine Dream, when Junior goes this time, my future will be uncertain. This Junior would like to request that Senior Divine Dream takes care of my family, friends, and wives. As Lin Ming spoke to hear, he looked at Xiao Moxian. "Xiana, you should also stay at Divine Dream Heavenly Palace." Big brother Lin, Xiao Moxian stiffened. As she looked at Lin Ming, there was some grievance in her eyes, and a bit of unwillingness. She had just reunited with Lin Ming and was now able to follow him in the future, but Lin Ming had decided to go to the soul world and part ways for now. Of course she felt uncomfortable about this. "I understand," Xiao Moxian whispered, forcing out a smile. "Big brother Lin, I will wait in the divine realm for your return." "I'm sorry." Seeing Xiao Moxian's smile, Lin Ming felt even sadder. If possible he would definitely have loved to bring Xiao Moxian with him. No matter how perilous the soul world was, he was willing to live and die with her. But Xiao Moxian was pregnant. Moreover, the child within her had an unusual level of talent. Before it took form, it was already able to absorb the power of the world. This was the reason why Xiao Moxian's combat strength had dropped so drastically. In this sort of situation, if Lin Ming brought Xiao Moxian to the Soul World to adventure, he would definitely have all sorts of scruples. There would be many dangerous places he wouldn't dare to go. During this journey to the Soul World, the perils were unknown, and in a sense it was the same as cutting off all paths of retreat. If he had too many worries, it would be impossible to accomplish anything important. Then in this case it would be better to leave Xiao Moxian in the divine realm and have her cultivate in peace. This would be beneficial to both Xiao Moxian and their child. Chapter 1783, The Phoenix Clan's Grand Celebration. Chapter 1783, The Phoenix Clan's Grand Celebration. 1 month later, at the Divine Realm's Crimson Light World, the ancient Phoenix Clan with 100 million years of inheritance was celebrating an unprecedentedly grand event. The many elders of the ancient Phoenix Clan, the 72 Palace Masters, no matter if they were deep in seclusion, refining pills, or out on a mission, all of them were notified to immediately stop and return to the headquarters of the ancient Phoenix Clan to celebrate this grand event. However, even though the elders and palace masters of the ancient Phoenix Clan had gathered together, none of them were able to stand within the central palace and could only wait outside. This was because there were simply far too many renowned figures at this grand event. These figures were the rulers of the divine realm that the ancient Phoenix Clan would have found nearly impossible to contact in the past. But now, all of these people had raced to the ancient Phoenix Clan and were exceedingly polite. Within these groups of people there were world kings, great world kings, and even legendary empyreans. For a time, countless heroes of the divine realm had converged upon the ancient Phoenix Clan. This was something that disciples of the ancient Phoenix Clan would never have dreamt of in the past. The ancient Phoenix Clan was only a peak ordinary holy land. Who would dare to imagine that there would be a day when so many high-level figures would gather at the ancient Phoenix Clan headquarters, the level of people no less than those that had gone to the Monster Emperor's Grand Longevity Feast? And, this grand event was not a clan member breaking into the World King realm or a new patriarch taking over, but was because of a junior, Lin Ming was hosting his marriage here. And at the same time this was also to celebrate Lin Ming's victory over the good fortune Saint Sun. Within the divine realm, Lin Ming could be said to be known by all. He was at the height of his fame. A half-step holy lord had fought the good fortune Saint Sun, defeating him to obtain the cultivation methods to break into true divinity. Then, he forced Empyrean Demondorn's hand to betroth Xiao Moxian to him. After accomplishing all of this, he had broken into the Holy Lord realm, overawing all present. These achievements set off tumultuous waves all throughout the divine realm. Even Empyrean powerhouses would have a slight awe in their faces and voices when they spoke of Lin Ming. Lin Ming's current strength already surpassed that of many great world kings and wasn't too far away from that of an Empyrean. Thus, Lin Ming could no longer be regarded as a junior but as someone of the older generation, a figure who would one day become a leader of humanity. Originally, Lin Ming hadn't wanted to hold a victory celebration or anything like that. With the great calamity approaching, time was far too urgent for him, so where would he have the thoughts to do such things? But according to Divine Dream, the current human race was filled with too much sorrow and suffering. They truly needed a victory celebration to propagandize the defeat of the good fortune Saint Sun and inspire the morale of humanity. Therefore, this grand event was held with great gusto and jubilation. And because Lin Ming didn't have much time remaining, he wanted to return to the ancient Phoenix Clan to hold his wedding before he went to the Soul World. Thus, it was decided that he would hold his wedding and this victory celebration at the same time, and this was the reason why so many high-level figures of the divine realm had gathered at Crimson Light World. The current ancient Phoenix Clan headquarters had long been given news in advance to prepare for the victory celebration. They established a titanic array, gathering over 1,000 floating celestial mountains that had hundreds of thousands of brilliant rainbows soaring between them. Phantasmal light filled the air, beautiful to the eyes. Between the magnificent rainbows there were also glorious jade places floating about, continuously tumbling up and down. Countless rare spirit flowers, spirit trees, and other world treasures bloomed in full beneath the support of many spells. Thick heaven and earth origin energy condensed into raindrops. Innumerable luxurious spirit ships, dazzling divine carriages, and jade-crafted spirit boats flew through the skies. A near-infinite seeming number of saint-beast mounts flew about, bathing in the hazy and ephemeral mists of spiritual energy. Looking from afar, everything seemed like a paradise of gods. This great array that held so many Empyreans and great world kings couldn't be arranged in time by the ancient Phoenix clan alone. Because the ancient Phoenix clan had obtained news in advance, they worked together with several great influences of the Crimson Light world and many high-level array masters sent by Empyrean heavenly palaces to complete all the arrangements within a month. For these arrangements, these great influences had put forth more than enough capital. After all, this wasn't just for Lin Ming, but also to help perfectly manage the victory celebration and boost humanity's morale. Vast Universe Heavenly Palace Master, Empyrean Vast Universe. Traceless Heavenly Palace Master, Empyrean Traceless. Ruler of the True Martial World, the True Martial World King, Chief Disciple of Dark Demon Monarch, Sage Sky Valley. The Master of Ceremonies presiding over this event constantly shouted out shocking names and titles without end. These people all had a shocking status, and even half-step Empyreans and the 3,000 great world kings could only be lined up in the back. As the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan heard these horrifying names, all of them were somewhat panic-stricken. Before this, it had been impossible for them to see any of these characters no matter what they tried. To ordinary martial artists, these figures were like spiritual gods, haughty and aloof. Because of this grand event, the ancient Phoenix clan could be said to be rising to fame. As the elders and patriarchs of the other three god-beast clans looked on at the festivities, a strange feeling percolated in their hearts. The truth was that 100 million years ago, the four god-beast clans explored the god-beast mystic realm together and found 4 incomplete god-beast corpses buried deep underground. That find had been the foundation that helped them develop to their current state. However, they were also limited to this scale and their background restricted them from further development. But now, because of Lin Ming's presence, the ancient Phoenix clan had leapt straight into being a top influence of the divine realm. Even Empyrean heavenly palaces had to give them several points of face. The disparity was just far too great. Haha, Lin Ming, if you continue at this rate it won't be long until you become an Empyrean. Even stepping into the true divinity realm is just a matter of time. Hehe, what Vast Universe said is right. Moreover, when Lin Ming becomes a true divinity he will surely be an outstanding individual amongst all true divinities. Many human Empyreans rushed to congratulate Lin Ming. Lin Ming bowed towards them one at a time like a respectful junior would. Although these Empyreans spoke to Lin Ming as if he was their peer, Lin Ming had no choice but to be respectful to them. After all, these people were his seniors and they were countless times older than he was. Like this, the victory celebrations continued for 3 days. As for news of the grand calamity arriving early, Empyrean Divine Dream didn't reveal this yet. She planned to convene a secret meeting of Empyreans after the victory celebration was over in order to prevent panic from spreading. Thus, at this grand event, many human Empyreans didn't know about the news of the great calamity. They all drank and enjoyed themselves to their heart's content. One reason was for congratulating Lin Ming and another reason was because of the true divinity cultivation methods that Lin Ming had obtained after defeating the good fortune Saint Sun. What Empyreans didn't wish to break into true divinity even in their dreams? Moreover, according to what the good fortune Saint Sun had said, these 2 true divinity cultivation methods had been obtained from the Primeval Realm ruins and were no trifling matter. All of them certainly wanted to see them. 5 days later, at nightfall, Lin Ming sat in a beautiful garden surrounded by lush and enchanting spirit plants. In front of Lin Ming was a stone table that had platters of fragrant spirit fruits and 100,000-year spirit wine piled atop it. If a low cultivation-based martial artist were to enjoy any of these spirit fruits or wines, their cultivation would rapidly increase, and their body and inner world would benefit. Big brother, are you planning to leave again? Sitting in front of Lin Ming were 3 women. They were Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, and his little sister, Lin Xiaoge. Because of Lin Ming's reputation, these 3 women who were closely related to him had received endless attention and care over the years. Even the rulers of large influences were respectful upon seeing them. But what was most unfortunate was that even though Lin Ming was the most important man in their lives, he had been gone for a great deal of time. Lin Ming had gone to the Azura Road for 60 years, and when he finally returned he attended the Monster Emperor's Grand Longevity Feast, and soon after he would have to go to the far-off Soul World. Once Lin Ming went to the Soul World, it was unknown just when he would return. Only in the days before the victory celebration was Lin Ming able to enjoy his time with Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu. For these days, Lin Ming completely laid down all thoughts of cultivation and training and spent all his free time with Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan, enjoying a rare and happy time. Lin Ming sighed. I have to go, but before that I must take a trip down to the lower realms. You should all come with me too. Lower realms? Mu Qianyu was startled. Do you plan on returning to the Sky Spill continent? Yes. I have to return to the Sky Spill continent and take something. For me it is quite important. As Lin Ming spoke, both Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan were shocked. In their opinion, the world of the Sky Spill continent was only a world of the lower realm and there shouldn't be anything there that was too valuable to the current Lin Ming. There was only the eternal demon abyss, an ancient ruin left behind by Empyrean Primordius. However, Lin Ming had already gone there. Chapter 1784, Return. Chapter 1784, Return. Sky Spill Continent. Deep in the 8,000-mile black swamp, the clouds were dark and gloomy like ink. The only light here was the flashes of lightning occasionally shimmering in the layers of clouds. In the endless depths of lightning, it sounded as if infinite rumbling chariots were passing by. Bolts of lightning as thick as giant pythons tore through the skies like ferocious beasts, making it clear that this was an absolute life-forbidden zone of the Sky Spill continent, the Sea of Miracles. In the Sky Spill continent there were many so-called life-forbidden zones, but most of these life-forbidden zones were not guaranteed death traps. For instance, if a peerless powerhouse were to enter, they could still rely on their dreadful cultivation to safely enter and leave. However, no matter what martial artist entered the Sea of Miracles, all of them perished here. Even in the past, when Yang Yun began his grand plan to drag in all the heroes of the world and subjugate them, he had done so by taking advantage of the moment when the Temple of Marvels that floated above the Sea of Miracles had fluttered to the edge of the area. Only then did he begin his plans. Otherwise, if Yang Yun were to pierce deep into the Sea of Miracles, he would have died all the same. On this day, the Thunder Dominion that was formed high above the 8,000 miles black swamp was bustling with activity. Golden battle chariots galloped through the endless clouds to arrive here. They broke into the furthest edges of the Thunder Dominion, using flying flood dragons to rush into the surrounding area. Standing on the largest golden chariot was a heroic and vigorous-looking young man and woman. The young man was handsome and dashing, with a face as soft as jade. The woman was a peerless beauty of her time, her looks completely glamorous. These two people were royalty from the nearby Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom. They were both proud children of heaven. In the last 100 years, the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom had grown much stronger. Currently, they had expanded enough to consider the outermost edge of the 8,000-mile black swamp as a tempering field for the disciples of the royal family. However, the depths of the black swamp where the Thunder Dominion shined high in the skies was still a restricted area that no one dared to step into. This is the Thunder Dominion. Our goal here is to stay at the edge for several days. If we can catch a few Earthstep Thunder Souls, then our Father Sovereign will definitely hold us in much higher regard. The handsome young man said, his face filled with excitement. He looked sufficiently confident as he stared into the depths of the glittering Thunder Dominion. Although the Thunder Dominion held numerous risks and perils, this was also a land of great lucky chances. If one could travel through the Thunder Dominion, they could surely train their martial arts and temper themselves to a new level. In particular, it was said that there were incredible divine treasure troves hidden within this land. These types of rumors lit the heart on fire. Big brother, we must be careful. Last time, 13th brother and 7th brother had divine sea realm protectors, but they were still severely wounded by the rolling thunder. If we recklessly enter, then we might suffer the same dangers they did, the beautiful young woman said, not too optimistic. There were some vague worries in her tone. What the princess says is true. The Thunder Dominion is extremely perilous and all of us must be at full alert upon entering. Even if the divine sovereign personally came, he still wouldn't dare to venture in too deeply. The depths of the Thunder Dominion is a true absolute life forbidden zone that no one care enter. A loud voice echoed out from behind the golden chariot. The one speaking was a middle-aged half-step divine sea master. The young prince thought otherwise upon hearing this. He certainly knew that the Thunder Dominion was risky, but if he didn't take these risks to try for better rewards, how could he establish a foothold amongst the many princes of the nine-furnace divine kingdom? Just as he was lost in thought, the prince suddenly saw that deep in the Thunder Dominion, where mist filled the air, arcs of blue thunder fell down, seeming as large as a mountain. As the thunder passed through the heavens and earth, it was like the galaxy was falling into the world. Massive star-like runes glittered in the air, bringing with them an unstoppable momentum as they blasted into the Thunder Dominion. Staring into the middle of this dazzling thunder, the young princess suddenly covered her mouth. She raised a shaking arm, pointing towards the direction of the thunder as she shakily said, in the middle of the thunder, there are some people. The half-step divine sea protector quickly looked towards where the princess was pointing. With vision that was sharper than a hawk's, he could see that in the endless arcs of electricity, there were several vague shadows. What is happening? That is already dozens of miles deep into the Thunder Dominion. Could a middle or late divine sea master have arrived? Several dozen miles deep into the Thunder Dominion contained an annihilating thunder that could strike outsiders with a ruinous power. Of the powerhouses of the skill-spill continent, only middle and late divine sea martial artists dared to intrude so arrogantly. At this time, where the mountain-like thunder fell, it was like a giant rock had crashed into a calm lake surface. With a loud eruption, the originally much calmer Thunder Dominion suddenly began violently rioting. The layers of black clouds floating high above the Thunder Dominion suddenly appeared far more ferocious and sinister. Waves of thunder rose up, piercing into the heavens. Arcs of golden-red thunder as thick as pythons shot out from the depths of the Thunder Dominion. These arcs of thunder were accompanied with a horrifying destructive aura that swept out with an unstoppable momentum. Wherever this golden-red thunder went, the void would tear apart and the black fog would be annihilated. This is bad. That half-step divine sea protector was panic-stricken. The thunder at the edge of the Thunder Dominion was already terrifying enough, but this golden-red thunder should originate from dozens or hundreds of miles deep into the Thunder Dominion and was far more powerful. Without thinking much further, the protector slapped his hands atop the golden chariot. The runes decorating the chariot shined with a golden light that created a golden barrier around it. Bang! The moment after the barrier activated, the golden chariot was submerged in an endless sea of golden-red thunder that savagely and continuously attacked the golden shield. A massive human phantom appeared behind the half-step divine sea protector that helped support the barrier. At the same time, in the pupils of the protector, he was able to see deep into the Thunder Dominion and clearly make out the figure of the person who had accompanied that mountain-like thunder. The moment he saw the facial features of the black-haired youth who was illuminated in the Thunder Dominion, the protector was horrified. A name resounded in his heart, that of a supreme youth who had once mastered the entire Sky-Spill continent. In the past, the protector was a sixth-stage life-destruction martial artist that had attended a martial arts meeting for the younger generation. At that time, he had watched with his own eyes as many divine sea supreme elders, those figures that were considered heaven-shaking existences of the Sky-Spill continent, had surrounded this youth with reverence and awe in their eyes. This was a scene he could never forget. How is this, that person, returned? The half-step protector shivered and froze where he was. The young prince and princess beside him had rarely seen their protector lose his composure like this. They couldn't help but think, who is that person the protector spoke of? And at this time, that person's lightning-illuminated figure had already disappeared. It was only after a long daze that the protector was able to gather his composure. Flustered, he quickly took out a symbol talisman from his spatial ring and ignited it, then throwing it into the air. Such a major event was absolutely something he had to report to the nine-furnace divine sovereign. Lin Ming calmly looked at the raging Thunder Dominion in front of him. He allowed the golden-red thunder to crash upon his body as it pleased, all while a golden thunder source crackled and swirled in the palm of his hand. This scene left him sighing with emotion. The events of the past rose up in his mind like a rising tide. This was his home world. Long ago, he had been chased by his enemies into this area, and through a stroke of fate managed to obtain a great lucky chance. With his back against the wall, he had been forced into the 8,000-mile Black Swamp by the Azura Divine Kingdom and had to risk his life several times. Afterwards, he returned here for the Temple of Marvels where he fought Yang Yun and nearly died. These scenes that flashed through his mind seemed to have occurred just yesterday. Xiao Moxian was floating nearby. On her beautiful face was a little bit of curiosity. Big Brother Lin, this is the Sky Spill continent you were born at? Even though this is just a tiny corner of the lower realms, it actually has such a strange and marvelous land. I can feel that deep in this Thunder Dominion there exists some powerful spiritual treasure. The Thunder Dominion seemed to be disturbed by the sudden arrival of the group. Massive bolts of thunder fell down without end. Flashing within the middle of every volley of thunder were faint thunder runes. It was a strange sight. But as this thunder fell onto Xiao Moxian, it also had no effect at all. Instead, the arcs of thunder were caught by the black nirvanic flames that shrouded Xiao Moxian and were constantly swallowed up. Big Sister Xiana's senses are truly sharp. It's incredible. Lin Xiaoge laughed from beside Xiao Moxian. After the victory celebrations were finished, Xiao Moxian, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, and Lin Xiaoge had become familiar with each other. At the very start when Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu met Xiao Moxian, all of them were a bit cautious of the other side. Xiao Moxian had a special and unique status, and as the latecomer it was natural for it to be a little awkward. But afterwards, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan learned what Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming had gone through and experienced in tragic Death Valley, and also that they were later forced into a dead end in Baiqi's tomb by Tian Mingzi. Without any way out of that disaster, Xiao Moxian had given herself to Lin Ming. At the intersection of all sorts of coincidences lining up, she had helped Lin Ming break into the 9 stars of the Dao Palace to launch his counterattack and finally strike down Tian Mingzi. After learning of all this, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan felt nothing but the deepest gratitude towards Xiao Moxian. If it weren't for Xiao Moxian, Lin Ming really might have died to Tian Mingzi. As a result, the relationship between the 3 women had become much closer. For this trip to the lower realms, Xiao Moxian had come with them. Originally there was an enchantment that surrounded the Sky Spill planet that had been laid down by a peak Empyrean. Powerhouses that didn't originate from the Sky Spill planet were unable to enter this world. However, Xiao Moxian had hidden herself in the magic cube, and within the magic cube that was unrestricted by the laws, they were able to bypass Empyrean Primordius enchantment and smoothly enter the planet. Lin Ming said, "The Sky Spill planet has a massive hollow that pierces through the entire world. One end of this hollow is the eternal demon abyss and the other end is the Sea of Miracles. The eternal demon abyss was left behind by Empyrean Primordius in the past, and if I'm not wrong, this land is where Empyrean Thunder Punishment left behind his own inheritance and ancient ruin. When Empyrean Primordius struck out and pierced all the way through the Sky Spill planet, Empyrean Thunder Punishment was struck all the way through to here, and before he died he conveniently left behind his inheritance, which was the reason why the 8,000-mile Black Swamp and the Thunder Dominion was formed. There are some strange thunder aura fluctuations in this Thunder Dominion. In the end, it is still an Empyrean ruin. Since you are all here you must be extra careful." Lin Ming nodded towards the others, carefully warning them. Xiao Moxian said, "What could thunder of this level do to me? Big Brother Lin, hurry and go. Me and the 2 big sisters will stay here with Xiaoge to await your good news. The power of thunder here is also quite unique and the heaven and earth origin energy is rich. I want to study it a little." Xiao Moxian lightly rubbed her stomach, feeling the little life forming within her. After coming here, she actually felt her child stir up a little. Perhaps because this child was Lin Ming's flesh and blood, the little life had an inexplicably incredible affinity to the power of thunder. Now, it was actually slowly swallowing up the surrounding thunder as if it were breathing. As for the black nirvanic flames that surged around Xiao Moxian, the reason they appeared was because the little life within her had triggered them. Chapter 1785, Thunder Punishment's Inheritance. Chapter 1785, Thunder Punishment's Inheritance. Millimeter, sounds good. Lin Ming nodded. In the past, Empyrean thunder punishment was also a superior Empyrean if not a peak Empyrean. Any place of inheritance he established would not be easy to enter. Xiao Moxian was pregnant, and as for Lin Xiaoge, Mu Qianyu, and Qin Xingxuan, they were far from his strength. He didn't want them to recklessly experience any dangers by entering deep into the Thunder Dominion. Go early and come back early. The women looked at Lin Ming, a soft color in their eyes. Lin Ming lightly nodded. Then, his gaze shifted to deep into the Thunder Dominion. With a wave of his sleeves, he broke into the storm like a bolt of lightning. Time didn't wait for anyone, and with the full Saint race invasion coming faster than thought, he needed to go to the Soul World as soon as possible. Before going to the Soul World, Lin Ming needed to make another breakthrough and increase his strength. And the fastest way to make that breakthrough was to open the third Dao Palace, the Extreme Polar Dao Palace. According to the Celestial Tyrant Manual, the Extreme Polar Dao Palace required two different types of energy to direct and catalyze the breakthrough. Lin Ming chose thunder and fire, and in order to refine the pill required for the Extreme Polar Dao Palace, he needed an Empyrean-level thunder source and fire elemental. Lin Ming had already obtained the Annihilation Fire Elemental from Empyrean Demon Dawn but now lacked a thunder source. With this, he naturally thought back to Empyrean thunder punishment. It was certain that in the past Empyrean thunder punishment had possessed a top-grade thunder source. Otherwise after he died there wouldn't be such a massive thunder dominion that appeared above the Sea of Miracles and the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. Now, Lin Ming only wanted to obtain the thunder source as soon as possible and combine it with the Annihilation Flame Elemental to make his breakthrough. Bang! Arcs of thunder lashed at Lin Ming like endless whips. But they all vanished upon touching him without causing any damage at all. After breaking over 40 miles deep into the Thunder Dominion, the power of thunder became increasingly strong. This was different from the last time that Lin Ming had entered the Thunder Dominion. Now, the true meaning of thunder within Lin Ming had already reached the 7th level boundary. Facing this rumbling thunder, all of it turned into endless thunder runes and source thunder laws within Lin Ming's eyes. The thunder and fire above the heretical god tree within his body began to resonate with this thunder, helping him unconsciously clarify the true meaning of thunder and gladdening his heart. Flying further in, the thunder light began to turn a deep purple. Thunder roared through the world, turning into purple pythons and winding about. A power of thunder 100 times greater than before smashed into Lin Ming. As a result, all of this power of thunder was swallowed up by Lin Ming, intermingling with the thunder and fire that hovered atop the boughs of the heretical god tree. As Lin Ming broke further and further in, the deep purple thunder light turned a destructive black, and then back to gold. Zizizi. Arcs of multicolored thunder twined around Lin Ming, finally condensing into traces of dense thunder runes that percolated in his muscles, as if he was a god of thunder being reborn. After delving further into the Thunder Dominion, Lin Ming's understanding and experience in the thunder laws became even deeper. When Lin Ming reached 90 miles into the Thunder Dominion, the thunder turned from golden red to an ephemeral purple gold. Not too far in front was the 90-mile edge of the Thunder Dominion. A purple-white dreamy light suddenly appeared like a sea amongst parting clouds, seemingly endless. This mystic light was like the glow of a sunset. It illuminated the world, captivating the heart with a breathtaking beauty. Lin Ming could feel that even though this purple-white light appeared as calm as a placid sea, there was actually a wild and strange strength contained within it. "We're finally here," Lin Ming whispered. His deep eyes looked through the dreamy mystic light in front of him and sighed. The last time he entered the Thunder Dominion, he was able to sense that the most dangerous place was this 90-mile Thunder Dominion. In his eyes, the dreamy mystic light before him became massive thunder runes that floated up and down like chains of islands. Within these runes was the existence of the true meaning of thunder, making his heart itch. Lin Ming was well aware that this place was the true edge of Empyrean thunder punishment's inheritance. As he continued forwards, the dreamy thunder continued washing over his body. The heretical god tree within Lin Ming's inner world rose. Endless thunder dragons hovered above the branches. As more and more power of thunder intruded here, it turned into thunder runes that stayed within him. In the past, this illusionary thunder would have horrified him. But now, it wasn't able to harm him at all. In a single breath, he pierced 100 miles deep into the thunder dominion. It was like his entire body was covered in a silver-white layer of armor, an extremely ghostly sight. Millimeter. On Lin Ming's normally expressionless face, a rare solemn look appeared. At the 100-mile thunder dominion, the thunder here was absolutely still. Thunder balls quietly floated in the air, seeming peaceful. As for Lin Ming, with his current divine sense, he was able to clearly see that the distortions around the thunderballs were shattered space. This space formed a cage around each thunderball, sealing the thunderball at its central point. Deeper past these thunderballs, there were islands that floated up and down, emitting a strong aura of vitality. And even further in there were increasingly intense fluctuations of life. Deeper in there were continuous mountain ranges and snaking rivers, all of them exuding the blood vitality of powerful life forms. Lin Ming had seen these sights before. But as he saw it now, he was even more shocked. In his vision, trillions of runes tumbled about like grains of sand, condensing into thunderballs. And from the rules in which the thunderballs were arranged, he could make out clear lines. These thunderballs were a continuous wall, each thunderball as large as a brick. Within the walls of thunderballs were mountain ranges, rivers, and so forth. Every thunderball contained an inexplicably mystical force, each one resonating and constantly shifting along with the others. With the way these billions upon billions of transformations constantly changed, this should be a heaven-shockingly grand array. Lin Ming didn't doubt that if he tried to forcefully enter past the thunderballs and triggered them, it would set off a chain reaction of explosions. This sort of explosion would be enough to crack apart a planet. Although he wouldn't die, he would be severely wounded. And the initiation of the chain reaction might automatically activate other mechanisms that Empyrean thunder punishment had left within, causing all the inheritances to be lost. The gains just weren't worth the cost. Lin Ming's eyes flashed. He calmed his mind and deeply pondered how to deal with this situation. Empyrean thunder punishment's inheritance had been carefully hidden in the deepest depths of these thunder balls. If he wanted to enter, he would need to unravel this thunder ball array formation. Lin Ming currently had a ridiculous accumulation of knowledge. The Azura blood had contained a part of the Azura Roadmaster's infinite memories, and he had also swallowed up the memories of the Dark Divine Runic Grandmaster Shadow Overflow and several others. In terms of understanding array formations and the structure of runes, he had a vast breadth of expertise. His pupils shined with a brilliant light. Within his gaze, every fluctuation and change of energy in the thunder ball array formation was clearly reflected. He sat cross-legged in space and began to rapidly deduce the formulaic structures in his mind. Gradually, an abstract of the entire thunder ball array formation appeared in his mind like a divine runic symbol's structural diagram. Through the endless deductions, the innumerable changes were peeled away like threads of a cocoon. Suddenly, a sharp light burst out from within Lin Ming's eyes like bolts of lightning. He stood up and thrust out the phoenix blood spear. As the spear thrust out, a cold red light drew a strange path through the air that conformed to the heavenly Tao laws and instantly arrived in the middle of the thunderballs. The extremely fierce spear light rumbled into a central point of the sealed space. Within the originally perfectly fitted wall of thunderballs, an area began to shake and tear open like a slit in fabric. A sparkling mystical power of thunder gushed out like starlight from the slit. This strange mystic power of thunder was completely different from anything Lin Ming had experienced in the Thunder Dominion so far. It carried with it a vast and ancient aura, as if it had flowed out from the rivers of time, filled with a life of its own. As some thunder balls bumped into the star-like power of thunder, they actually began to form lush branches and leaves that were overflowing with vitality. It was a strange sight to witness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As this small hole appeared, Lin Ming instantly shot out 1,000,000 spear strikes, alternatingly hitting areas all over the thunderball array formation and making the hole even larger. The thunderball array formation began to shake. Finally, an opening the size of a person was exposed with an endless power of thunder wildly surging out of it. It was like a door of light had been opened. Behind this door was still the gruesome roars of ancient beasts that seemed as if they could shake the world. There was also the outlines of massive mountain ranges that stretched out to the horizon, floating up and down within the thunder barrier. Lin Ming's heart chilled. He knew that he couldn't miss this chance and quickly rushed in. After entering the depths of the 100-mile Thunder Dominion, he could feel the atmosphere of boundless years past. Beneath his feet was ground completely formed by condensed thunder crystals. In the far-off distance he could make out innumerable islands that floated in the void. And above these islands were giant trees that exuded an immense mystic power of thunder. Every tree had countless condensed thunder dragons that circled around the trunk. The trees were around the height of 2 people. They were surrounded by verdant green grass that shimmered with the power of thunder, making it an extremely strange sight. Lin Ming could see that in the far-off distance, there was a massive mountain range blocking the way that towered into the skies where it was hidden by thunder clouds. At the summit of this mountain range was an inexhaustible mass of thunder clouds that converged into an endless vortex, seeming timeless and magnificent. One could even faintly make out that on the peak of the highest mountain, there was a giant palace. This palace was so high that it was impossible to see the end. All one could see was that the mountain-sized golden gates emitted an endless mystic power of thunder. It was like a giant sun was burning without end at the top. The land of inheritance. Feeling the aura emanating from the palace, the heretical god tree within Lin Ming and the many thunder dragons that wound about it began to cry out in excitement. Lin Ming could clearly the 7th level true meaning of thunder. It actually emitted an incredibly desirable aura as if it had a spiritual wisdom of its own. Like there was something within the golden palace that was calling out to him. Lin Ming was heated with excitement. Just as he was about to rush over, he heard a loud sound. It was the roar of a beast that seemed to echo through the heavens and earth. Millimeter? Lin Ming was startled. After all, this was a land of inheritance formed after Empyrean thunder punishment died. Although it was inferior to Empyrean primordious inheritance, it was still extremely terrifying. Even though Lin Ming had stepped into the Holy Lord realm, he still remained vigilant upon entering here and didn't dare to lower his guard. The roar that shook the world had come from within the Golden Palace. Lin Ming's mind went on alert. His footsteps crossed the void and he soon reached the summit of the mountain peak, right in front of the Grand Golden Palace. Chapter 1786. Entering the Land of Inheritance. Chapter 1786. Entering the Land of Inheritance. The palace of dark purple thunder crystals stretched into the skies. A gate of 2 massive carved doors blocked Lin Ming like twin towers. As soon as he approached the doors of this palace, Lin Ming could feel a suffocating and unfathomably deep aura, one as vast as the sea that was emitted from every inch of the structure. Just as Lin Ming was about to open the doors of the palace, his heart suddenly chilled. Roar! A deafening cry spread out from the Golden Gate. On this Golden Gate, the originally lifelike carving of a 1,000-foot thunder dragon came to life. It broke free from the Golden Gate and clawed at the air. Its body carried an incredibly vast electric current that crackled space. As the thunder dragon hovered in front of the door, a terrifying thunder aura gushed out from its eyes as it regarded Lin Ming as an invader. I am the guardian spirit beast of an Empyrean holy land. For those that dare tread foot upon this sacred ground and defile this land, all that awaits is death. The dragon's head dropped down and its lantern-like eyes filled with purple electricity tightly stared at Lin Ming. Its voice was deep and bass, like a roiling thundercloud obliterating everything before it. As if it wanted to suppress the will of everyone it encountered. Lin Ming only faintly frowned, not flinching in the least. Towards Empyrean thunder punishment, he held a little bit of vigilance in his heart. As for things like awe and reverence, he didn't feel any of that. That fellow had once been Empyrean Primordius' sworn brother in the past, but he actually secretly colluded with the saints to betray him. In the end, Empyrean thunder punishment had been struck down and killed by Empyrean Primordius, and the place where he fell became Thunder Punishment's land of inheritance. Towards an Empyrean who had such a filthy character, Lin Ming didn't have the tiniest bit of goodwill. The only reason he came here was to take away something he needed. If anything dared to stop him, he would cut it down and continue on. After defeating the Good Fortune Saint's son and stepping into the Holy Lord realm, Lin Ming's combat strength had reached an unprecedented level, so why would he be afraid of some mere guardian spirit that had been deeply slumbering for 100,000 years? The Phoenix Blood Spear released a resonant cry. A crimson flame phoenix flew out, swirling around the Phoenix Blood Spear with an intense fighting spirit. A red light shot out of Lin Ming's flesh and blood, following and joining with his spear strike as it cut a beautiful path through the air that followed the heavenly Tao. Like a rainbow, the spear tore through the void, curling up endless blood-red waves of air. With a loud blast, the spear cut directly into the purple thunder dragon's reverse scale. In an instant, a purple electric light collided with the radiant spear light, causing waves of energy to spread out. In the high heavens, all thunder clouds for 100 miles were washed away by the terrifying waves of energy. This purple dragon that seemed unbearably arrogant issued a mournful scream. A massive number of dragon scales the size of a boulder were instantly shattered into several pieces by the Phoenix Blood Spear. Every dragon scale that fell off turned into pure thunder energy that tore through space before eventually dissipating. Millimeter. It still hasn't died. It truly is worthy of being a thunder spirit condensed through the years by Empyrean Thunder Punishment's land of inheritance. Its strength is about that of a great world king. With a single spear strike, Lin Ming was able to accurately judge the strength of this guardian spirit beast. After all, his spear strike contained over 800 million jins of strength. If this thunder dragon was able to survive his spear strike, it must be considerably strong. Although Empyrean Thunder Punishment was someone that lacked any sense of morals, in the end he had still been a superior Empyrean with an immeasurably deep level of strength in the past. The Thunder Dragon was enraged. For the last 100,000 years it had guarded this Empyrean land of inheritance. On the Sky Spill planet, there was not a single being that dared to offend its draconic majesty. But now, there was someone that had caused it pain. The Thunder Dragon even perceived a threat to its existence. As a guardian spirit, its instinctual desire was to eliminate this threat. In its sparkling purple pupils, stars began to shine. Thunder balls the size of comets began to appear in the skies, blocking out the heavens. Each thunder ball contained a dreadful annihilation aura. Thunder clouds accompanied them, all of them restlessly stirring up. In an instant, these countless thunder balls fell towards Lin Ming like a meteor shower. Lin Ming frowned. The heretical god tree appeared behind him and began to rise, growing taller and towering upwards. In an instant it became a lofty tree over 10,000 feet high, its crown reaching into the skies. On one side of this tree was a carpet of purple leaves. These purple leaves emitted a terrifying aura and resembled thunder dragons, emitting a true meaning of thunder that couldn't be resisted. On the other side of the tree, fire phoenixes perched on the branches. Heavenly tribulation flames burned, even burning holes in space. The thunder dragons sent out a dreadful dragon majesty as they soared upwards. As the thunder balls came crashing down, the thunder dragons seethed with excitement. They opened their jaws wide in anticipation and began swallowing up the thunder balls. Every time these thunder dragons swallowed up a thunder ball, arcs of purple electricity would spark over their bodies and they would roar in comfort. They would even grow larger. It was clear they benefited greatly from this. As the purple thunder dragon in the skies saw all of this, its heart shook. These thunderballs were a manifestation of its life spirit, and the explosion of a single one was enough to severely wound a Holy Lord realm martial artist. But that strange large tree had appeared, and it was even occupied by countless thunder dragons that could gobble up the thunderballs. This caused the massive purple thunder dragon to be even more enraged. A dragon's roar came bellowing out from its throat. Its massive figure rose up into the air, breaking through the clouds of thunder. Its massive body turned into a bolt of lightning as it hurtled towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's eyes exploded with a sharp light. Ripples of condensed essence energy appeared around his body as his blood vitality began wildly raging like a flooded river. The surrounding void began to tremble with his every gesture. With a single step, the ground split apart, causing a massive gully several hundred miles long to appear. Like an arrow he shot up into the skies. Without avoiding or evading, he directly collided with that purple thunder dragon. Amongst the human race, the toughness of Lin Ming's mortal body was unparalleled. After opening the 8 inner hidden gates and also breaking into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, Lin Ming had been able to use his mortal body to completely roll over the good fortune Saint Sun. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that his moving body was comparable to a moving planet. Even if he only opened a single Tao Palace right now, he would still be completely fearless of this purple thunder dragon that was formed from countless arcs of thunder. Bang! Lin Ming's momentum was like a planet as he smashed into the purple thunder dragon. In an instant, endless arcs of thunder swirled up from the giant dragon's claw and bombarded Lin Ming's body. Zizizi, zizizi. As this endless thunder fell onto Lin Ming's body, all it could do was leave behind the faintest black marks on the surface of his skin. Seeing such a tough body, the purple thunder dragon couldn't help but feel fear. Lin Ming's blood vitality surged. His spear strikes struck out like infinite waves. In an instant, innumerable spear shadows appeared in space as their strength superimposed upon each other. Finally, the entire phoenix blood spear began to hum and cry. Thunder and fire wove together atop the spear point, like thousands of purple and red solar flares were occurring at once. Massive tracts of space collapsed and endless space storms howled out from the holes, increasing the potential behind the spear strike even further. The spear directly nailed into the purple thunder dragon's head. Ka. With a deafening cracking sound, the purple thunder dragon screeched in pain. A slit had appeared in its extremely hard head. After all, this purple thunder dragon had only been formed by a tiny bit of Empyrean Thunder Punishment's essence energy and blood vitality before he died. It was because it had been tempered for 100,000 years that it had been able to substantialize its own body. But even with such a body, how could it resist Lin Ming's heaven-shaking strike? The entire purple thunder dragon was finally torn apart through the slit by the phoenix blood spear. Bang! A world-shattering explosion erupted. Endless thunder essence energy spewed out into the world before quietly dissipating. At the same time, the golden gates with the purple thunder dragon carving also dimmed down. Then, in the moments after that, the golden gates began to loudly swing open. As the gates opened, the mysterious sound of the great Tao constantly echoed out from within, accompanied by words that shook the world. Every word inspired the soul and awakened the mind to truth. Every word absorbed the mystical power in the void and emitted a faint trace of thunder energy. All of this floated in space. This is someone explaining the source great Tao of the power of thunder. As Lin Ming listened to these sounds, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. He had already grasped onto the 7th level of the true meaning of thunder. In terms of the thunder laws, he possessed a profound understanding. After listening for just a little bit, he immediately understood just what this strange language was trying to say. These were all things he had never heard of before. They were an understanding of the essence of the great Tao of thunder that was far deeper than what he knew. This is the great Tao of thunder left behind by Empyrean Thunder Punishment. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. After intruding into the Thunder Dominion, it was extremely important for him to obtain the thunder source left behind here. But, if he could temper his own thunder laws and obtain a deeper understanding that Empyrean Thunder Punishment once possessed, that would also be a lifelong benefit. As he stepped into the grand hall of the palace, Lin Ming felt a great and powerful aura, like a mountain pressing down on his heart. He was startled and looked towards the direction where this aura came from. In that direction, he could see a faint tall figure standing in the center of the hall. This figure wore a purple-black robe that exuded an aura of thunder. Its entire body surged with the mystic power of thunder, and even the ground beneath its feet became hazy, as if it had transformed into thunder essence energy. Just by glancing at this figure, Lin Ming's heart shook. This person was simply a god of thunder. Even the true meaning of thunder in the heretical god tree was galvanized by this person's shadow. A strange flow of the Tao beat in tandem around this figure, scattering in all directions without end. However, in the center of this person's chest was a fist-sized hole. In the center of this hole was the aura of chaos. It gathered there, unable to be dispersed as it also released a powerful pressure. The strength of this pressure surpassed that of almost every other Empyrean Lin Ming had encountered so far. Even so, it was incredibly familiar. This pressure belonged to an ancient Empyrean Primordius. That chaos energy was also the most source essence energy of the universe, grand mist energy. That hole is the fist wound left behind by Empyrean Primordius. Could this be Empyrean Thunder Punishment's corpse? Lin Ming gulped in shock. Well done. After so many years, someone was finally able to enter here. At this time, a voice filled with grandeur and majesty resounded in the grand hall. This sudden voice filled with Lin Ming with surprise. He focused his eyes, staring at the figure in front of him and finally making out his dragon-like beard and deeply contoured features. Chapter 1787, Thunder Punishment's Remnant Soul. Chapter 1787, Thunder Punishment's Remnant Soul. In the darkened hall, the figure in front of Lin Ming that he originally thought was a corpse suddenly rose up, its eyes flashing open. For a time 2 green lights lit up the hall. Those sharp eyes pierced through the darkness like twin bolts of lightning. Lin Ming was aghast. He took a sudden step back. To encounter such a situation here would leave anyone creeped out. Thunder Punishment hasn't died. This thought raced through Lin Ming's mind, causing a cold chill to crawl up his back. Lin Ming had originally suspected that Empyrean Primordius hadn't died. If that were true, then it wouldn't be strange for Empyrean Thunder Punishment to have not perished either, but instead be severely wounded like Empyrean Divine Mist and have sealed himself away to maintain his life. If so, then this situation wasn't good at all. Facing this person who had once been sworn brothers with Empyrean Primordius and whose strength reached the upper levels of Empyrean powerhouses, Lin Ming didn't dare to take any rash actions before understanding the situation more. After so many years, someone was finally able to enter here. What a rare sight. Empyrean Thunder Punishment's voice constantly fluctuated, but the tone remained slow and deep. Lin Ming silently looked out at Empyrean Thunder Punishment as he rapidly assessed his strength. He could faintly feel that Empyrean Thunder Punishment was currently in a very poor state. Is he a remnant soul? Lin Ming wondered. If only a remnant soul remained that had attached onto Empyrean Thunder Punishment's corpse, then to the current him this wouldn't be too terrifying at all. Is Senior the one who created the Thunder Dominion? Could this place be the land of inheritance that Senior left behind? Lin Ming falsely asked. Indeed. This Thunder Dominion was created by me 100,000 years ago. Empyrean Thunder Punishment's heavy voice droned on. For you to arrive here is your good fortune. As Thunder Punishment spoke these words, his eyes blazed at Lin Ming, wanting to completely see through Lin Ming's inner world. Feeling the probing of Empyrean Thunder Punishment's divine sense, Lin Ming's thoughts chilled. He hurriedly hid away things that shouldn't be seen by Empyrean Thunder Punishment like the Black Dragon Egg, Primordius Martial Intent Energy, and other things. Even the overly powerful Azura laws and the black hole created by the Divine Seal Art were covered up. This was because if Empyrean Thunder Punishment were to find such things, it would naturally arouse suspicion. It was impossible for a normal martial artist of the Divine Realm to possess such things. After hiding these away, Lin Ming's inner world became far more ordinary. Even so, his more ordinary inner world left Empyrean Thunder Punishment shaken just as it was. He looked at Lin Ming with amazement in his heart. He originally assumed that Lin Ming might be some interstellar wanderer who had accidentally stumbled onto the Sky Spill planet and who also possessed ordinary talent. Even so, Empyrean Thunder Punishment still had to leave his inheritance with Lin Ming, because asking for a top talent to come to some remote place like the Sky Spill planet was just impossible. If Empyrean Thunder Punishment could hand down his inheritance, he would be more than content. But he never imagined Lin Ming's talent would be so extraordinary. Your talent is much better than expected. Empyrean Thunder Punishment felt this was unbelievable. In truth, his ability to sense talent was limited, and because he was only a leftover remnant soul, the force behind this divine sense was also ordinary. If Empyrean Thunder Punishment were to know what Lin Ming's true battle strength was, he might have been shocked unconscious. Senior's praise is too much. This junior's talent is mediocre. It's only through some lucky chances that I've found some heavenly materials to consolidate the foundation of my blood vitality and obtain my current achievements. Lin Ming casually explained. Heavenly materials? Empyrean thunder punishment repeated, startled. He immediately nodded. Yes, your blood vitality billows into the sky, and it even seems to contain the aura of a god beast. Without many heavenly materials to support you, it would indeed be impossible for you to reach such heights. This proves that both your destiny and foundation are outstanding and that you are sufficient to become my descendant. Empyrean thunder punishment leaned forwards a little, his gaze focusing on Lin Ming's face, as if waiting for an elated expression to show up on it. However, Lin Ming's face remained stiff, without any response at all. This left Empyrean thunder punishment frowning a little. But thinking about it further, perhaps this youth simply didn't know who he was, so he wouldn't be aware of what the significance behind his inheritance was. Thus, Empyrean thunder punishment lightly coughed and said, "You probably don't know my identity. In the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds, I am the Empyrean of Thunderlight World, Empyrean thunder punishment. In the past I freely roamed the divine realm and my strength was also amazing even amongst Empyreans. The thunder punishment heavenly palace that I established was a peak Empyrean influence of the divine realm that had gathered countless outstanding geniuses. My heavenly palace even approached the #1 Empyrean influence of the divine realm, Mount Potala. If I choose you as my descendant, then that is completely different from taking you as a disciple. A disciple is someone to be taught my inheritance, but as a descendant not only would I teach you my complete inheritance but you would also possess all my treasures and take on my legacy. That is the same as inheriting the entirety of an Empyrean. Since you have already cultivated to such a boundary, you should understand the meaning behind my words, right?" As Empyrean thunder punishment spoke, he looked at Lin Ming expectantly. Lin Ming stiffly nodded, understood. Millimeter. Empyrean thunder punishment dragged on his word, seeming a bit reluctant to continue. For you to not panic in the face of such a lucky chance proves that your disposition is quite good. It's no wonder you've achieved such achievements at such a young age. As Empyrean thunder punishment spoke, his figure suddenly rose up. He stepped through the void, 1 foot at a time, until he arrived right in front of Lin Ming. That old and solemn face stopped just a foot away from Lin Ming's own. From this distance, Lin Ming could feel a massive pressure slowly press down on him, as if a god of thunder had traversed the river of time, walking through 100,000 years to meet him. Although Empyrean thunder punishment only had a wisp of his remnant soul remaining and not much strength left, this was the pressure of an Empyrean. Lin Ming raised his guard. He could feel that the remnant soul in front of him contained the source of thunder. Although it was just a remnant soul, he couldn't underestimate it. "Are you willing to inherit the whole of my legacy?" Empyrean thunder punishment slowly spoke, his words drilling into Lin Ming's ears. Although Empyrean thunder punishment was secretly unwilling, he had still once been a supreme martial artist. He didn't want his lifetime of knowledge to be lost to the world, vanishing without a single successor. Lin Ming's thoughts raced. He asked, "Inheriting senior's inheritance shouldn't be so simple, right? May I ask what conditions there are?" "Haha. Smart young boy." Empyrean thunder punishment laughed out loud. The pupils that he stared at Lin Ming with emitted a strange light, becoming increasingly hazy like a dream. "If you want to inherit my legacy, you must make an oath." As Empyrean thunder punishment spoke, his pupils became increasingly profound and tinged with a deep hatred. "I want you to vow that after you inherit my legacy, in your lifetime you must seek out all the roots and branches of that old dog Primordius and kill them all off. If you cannot complete this task, then you will be punished by the heavens and your divine soul will be annihilated." As Empyrean thunder punishment spoke, he couldn't hide the strong killing intent behind his words. A strange color filled Lin Ming's complexion. In truth, he already expected this kind of oath. Kill off all the roots and branches of Empyrean Primordius? Isn't that just wanting me to commit suicide? I am the only one who inherited Empyrean Primordius legacy after all. As Lin Ming was thinking, Empyrean thunder punishment continued to say, "In addition to that, in the future you must gather soul-restoring heavenly materials for me. I only have a wisp of remnant soul remaining, and although my body has been preserved for 100,000 years using a secret technique, it has already reached the point of decay and cannot be further used. You must help me in my rebirth. I have a secret skill that can use the power of thunder to refine a living soul and suck out their soul essence to make up for my own lacking soul force. You must gather souls for me, the more powerful the better. Those souls that possess talent that can fight past their levels, those have the best effect. The power of thunder was originally the nemesis of souls. If a powerful soul was struck by thunder, it would be turned into soul force essence. As for spirit marks and so forth, all of that would be turned to nothingness and there wouldn't be any side effects to absorbing the leftovers. And Empyrean Thunder Punishment was a master of thunder arts. This sort of demonic soul-restoring devil arts could be said to perfectly suit him. If I am to understand it, then after inheriting Senior's inheritance I must endlessly kill people to help restore Senior's soul? Lin Ming asked. That's right. The road of martial arts is a path of murder and destruction to begin with. Not only must you help restore my remnant soul, but after doing so you must find me a suitable body so that I can seize it and be truly reborn. Chapter 1788, Thunder Punishment Sword. Chapter 1788, Thunder Punishment Sword. As Empyrean Thunder Punishment finished speaking, Lin Ming coldly sneered in his heart. So, it seemed that this land of inheritance that Empyrean Thunder Punishment left behind was not just because he wanted not only to pass on his legacy, but to have his wisp of remnant soul be reborn. And to use this thunder-type cultivation to refine the essence of souls to nourish his soul force, this was something that required one to reap an incalculable number of lives. However, what Empyrean Thunder Punishment said was not wrong. The road of martial arts was one filled with murder and destruction. As long as one was a martial artist, it was inevitable that their road would be paved with the lives of others. Lin Ming, Primordius, Xiao Moxian, all of them were the same in this regard. Lin Ming himself cultivated the myriad demon karmic wheel, a soul-refining cultivation method similar to what Empyrean Thunder Punishment suggested. However, up until now, there was a single line that Lin Ming had never crossed. He had never deliberately gone to take innocent lives. What? You aren't interested? If this were 100,000 years ago and I were to release news that I was receiving a descendant, who knows who many people would stampede over each other to kneel at my feet, hoping that I would accept them. Yet here you are, still hesitating. Empyrean Thunder Punishment frowned, extremely annoyed. Lin Ming lightly said, Junior is naturally interested and what Senior says is also correct. For great accomplishments, killing some people isn't much at all. Moreover, up until now I have also slaughtered innumerable people. However, this Empyrean Primordius though. Lin Ming quietly raised this point. He wanted to understand some of the events from 100,000 years ago. However, Lin Ming's question seemed to poke at Empyrean Thunder Punishment's sore point. Empyrean Thunder Punishment coldly said, Humph, that old dog Primordius was originally my sworn brother, but because of a mere treasure he turned against me and finally attacked me. He thrust me through this planet, destroying my body and tearing apart my soul. What a cruel and vicious man. My millions of years of cultivation were instantly destroyed and now all that's left over is this wisp of remnant soul. My only choice was to seal myself away here and linger about, waiting for my chance to come. If I cannot destroy his legacy, how could I possibly rest? Empyrean Thunder Punishment's tone was sharp and filled with malice. Lin Ming quietly listened. It seemed that Empyrean Thunder Punishment's explanation of events was completely different from what the Black Dragon had said. Lin Ming wouldn't blindly believe any side. However, according to Divine Dream's third-party view of events, in addition to the invasion of the saints, the tomb of Heavenly Empress Shenqing, and other references, Lin Ming could judge that what Empyrean Thunder Punishment said wasn't too true. The so-called treasure that caused Empyrean Primordius to turn against him was undoubtedly the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. As for why they had become enemies, there were many possibilities. Perhaps Empyrean Thunder Punishment thought that he was owed a part of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, or perhaps Empyrean Thunder Punishment wanted to borrow the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to practice his devil arts, but Primordius hadn't allowed this, and eventually their conflicts and contradictions had accumulated and finally erupted. It was far too normal for such a valuable treasure to arouse the greed of others. Lin Ming maintained his composure. After a period of silence, he said, "So that's what happened. Then, the two requests that Senior spoke of are well within reason." "Haha, great." Empyrean Thunder Punishment nodded. "Since that's the case, then accept my inheritance. The moment you accept my inheritance, my remnant soul will also temporarily reside in your body. I will plant a curse seal in your spiritual sea, so don't think of violating the oath you made." As Empyrean Thunder Punishment spoke, his remnant soul suddenly surged upwards. A mass of pale green soul force began to rise up from his body, forming into runes. These runes seemed to swim around like fish. Wrapped in Thunder Punishment's remnant soul, they appeared in the skies of Lin Ming's spiritual sea. After some time, Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul slightly dimmed. At the same time, a cruel and chaotic soul force appeared. "Hoo hoo hoo!" Ghostly cries swept through the air. Above Lin Ming's spiritual sea, rows of grisly green curse seals appeared. These curse seals were formed by soul force. Empyrean Thunder Punishment had divided a portion of his remnant soul's strength to carve curse seals into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. A martial artist's spiritual sea was an extremely fragile and delicate place. Once someone else intruded upon this area, there were all sorts of dangers that could happen. Empyrean Thunder Punishment believed that by taking the initiative to come here he could control the situation. With his own soul force submerged into Lin Ming's spiritual sea, this would make it so that Lin Ming wouldn't dare to play any tricks. "Now you can be considered my descendant. From this point on, my remnant soul will reside in the middle of your soul. If you violate your oath, then I will energize the curse seals in your spiritual sea and destroy your mind and soul." The phantom of Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul slowly said. At this time, Lin Ming possessed an extremely powerful soul force. He could clearly detect that these pale green curse seals were in fact a part of Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul. In order to completely control him, Empyrean Thunder Punishment didn't hesitate in further splitting apart his extremely incomplete remnant soul. "Now I shall pass my inheritance to you." After planting his curse seals in Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Empyrean Thunder Punishment didn't worry about Lin Ming anymore. It was clear he was highly confident in his remnant soul curse seals. "My inheritance is contained within a spirit treasure called the Thunder Punishment Sword. In the past, this sword cut down countless powerhouses and has become incomparably formidable. I placed a spell on it so it recognizes only my aura. If anyone else were to approach that sword and try to use outside force to influence it, it would self-implode. The entire Thunder Dominion would also no longer exist." Empyrean Thunder Punishment spookily said. After listening to this, Lin Ming felt a chill shoot up his back. Luckily he hadn't recklessly acted just now. If he had truly extinguished Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul first, then the consequences would have been inconceivably dire. At this moment, information in the form of memories passed out from Thunder Punishment's remnant soul. In an instant, Lin Ming knew the location of the Thunder Punishment Sword. Moreover, he discovered something even more important. The foundation of the Thunder Dominion was the top-grade thunder source he was searching for. It was also sealed beneath the Thunder Punishment Sword. Lin Ming followed the roots in his mind and flew through the Thunder Dominion for half an incense stick of time until he reached a broad open hall. This hall had countless murals of Empyrean Thunder Punishment in the past, images of him leading armies and expeditions to slaughter in all directions. It was an incredibly majestic sight. It was clear that this was a palace that Empyrean Thunder Punishment had personally built in the past. Here, mountains of thunderstone shined down onto the hall like suns. The most primal aura of the Source Thunder laws filled every nook and cranny of this hall. And the richest aura of Source Thunder laws originated from the Grand Throne in the center of the hall. 9 dragons circled above this throne, emitting an inexhaustibly frenzied power, inspiring awe and fear. Lin Ming's figure was like a bolt of lightning. He tore through space and instantly arrived in front of that 9-dragon throne. He had been acknowledged by Empyrean Thunder Punishment, and Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul also existed in his spiritual sea. Thus, the strange thunder aura of Empyrean Thunder Punishment also exuded from his body. Those 9 dragons wildly roared as Lin Ming approached. But almost immediately they sensed that Lin Ming was emitting the aura of Empyrean Thunder Punishment. Like obedient little dogs, they drilled back into the throne. The entire throne seemed high and lofty, a dignity and honor that rose above mortals. But Lin Ming actually knew that this was only a representation of the Thunder Punishment sword. The truth was that this throne was formed by the melted dragon bone hilt of the Thunder Punishment sword. 2 arms climbed up the giant throne. Then, Lin Ming focused strength into his dantian and endless blood vitality swelled up his arms. The 9-dragon throne had been firmly planted into the hall of carved thunder crystals. But with strength approaching 100 billion jins, Lin Ming forcefully ripped it up. The mountain-like hall violently shivered. Finally, a dazzling sword blade showed itself. An incomparably great and distant aura emanated from the great sword. Shrill hisses filled the air. Several hair-thin dragons dissipated from the sword blade and into space, immediately piercing holes into the void. Just by drawing up a little of the blade, the Thunder Punishment sword showed just how powerful it was. It was absolutely a top Empyrean spirit treasure. Lin Ming's body surged with more and more blood vitality. A bit at a time, he constantly pulled out the giant Thunder Punishment sword. The entire hall wildly shook, quaking without end as the walls and ground groaned. It seemed that the entire structure could collapse at any moment. Bang! With a final pull, the 1,000-foot-long Thunder Punishment sword was completely drawn out from the ground by Lin Ming. In that instant, Lin Ming felt as if he were holding onto a raging thunder dragon, one that desperately wanted to escape. But immediately, Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul sent out traces of his aura. As this remnant soul aura brushed against the Thunder Punishment sword, the sword seemed to fear it and began rapidly shrinking, its atmosphere of resistance also weakening. Lin Ming couldn't lose this chance. He spread out the power of the heretical god tree, letting it trickle out of him like streams of water. Ka. Along the way, thunder dragons roared and fire phoenixes burned. Lin Ming constantly fused as much strength as he could into the Thunder Punishment sword, wanting to leave as much of his mark in the sword as possible. Empyrean Thunder Punishment's main body had long perished, and in a sense, this sword no longer has a master. The only problem had been that Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul had left a bit of his will inside the Thunder Punishment sword, but beneath his own initiative, Empyrean Thunder Punishment had taken back this will himself. With this, before long, this sword had completely become Lin Ming's treasure. Chapter 1789 Inheritance in Hand. Chapter 1789 Inheritance in Hand. After the Thunder Punishment sword was pulled out by Lin Ming, the entire hall seemed to come to life. Pater, pater. The beating sound like that of a heartbeat began to originate from beneath the Thunder Punishment sword. With every beat, every inch of the hall seemed to resonate with it. Thunder Source. This is the top-grade thunder source that Empyrean Thunder Punishment used to use. Seeing the object beneath the Thunder Punishment sword, Lin Ming took a deep breath. To him, this thunder source was far more important than the Thunder Punishment sword. Empyrean Thunder Punishment's thunder source was like a little thunder dragon. It burrowed deep within the hall, glowing with a scintillating silver-white luster. Its little form moved up and down. With every fluctuation, a destructive source power of thunder seemed to gush out from its body, piercing through the void and escaping into space. All around the thunder source were also countless thin thunder plants, all of them brimming with life. Life and destruction were 2 sides of the same coin. This was why the power of thunder was so terrifying and strong. It was clear that the existence of this thunder source was why the Thunder Dominion had existed without end for 100,000 years. This is it. Lin Ming carefully stretched out his hand. Before he touched the thunder source, he could feel threads of silver-white lightning jump up and shoot onto his arm. Even though Lin Ming had a mortal body more formidable than some god beasts, this silver-white lightning still caused a needle-like ache to spread through his arm. Feeling this pain, Lin Ming was instead overjoyed. The more powerful the thunder source was, the more satisfied he was with it. Leaning down, the blood of a true dragon surged within Lin Ming. Layers of dragon scales appeared, wrapping around Lin Ming's arm. He directly grasped the small thunder source. With true dragon scales protecting his arm, the powerful arcs of lightning that leapt out from the thunder source only smoothly slid over the scales instead, leaving nothing but the shallowest of marks. After taking hold of the thunder source, Lin Ming discovered that wanting to lift it up was the same as wanting to pull up a tiny star. The energy within this thunder source could be imagined. Soon after, the thunder source turned into a massive thunder vortex that began resonating with the massive amount of power of thunder around it. Whirl, whirl, whirl. Inside the golden hall, from within every piece of thunder crystal, faint traces of the power of thunder continuously leaked out. The source of thunder contained in the surrounding murals released a dazzling light. Then, from outside the golden hall, from the endless depths of the thunder dominion, thunder began to restlessly stir. Purple gold, golden red, silver white, the color of all sorts of thunder began surging towards the golden hall. The endless power of thunder completely poured itself into the thunder source. Seeing this turbulent flow continue for over an incense stick of time, Lin Ming could sense that the thunder source was becoming increasingly heavy and increasingly pure. The little traces of lightning that dissipated from the thunder source began to directly tear open the void and cause terrifying space storms to run out. Only when the thunder source finally fell still did Lin Ming let out a long sigh of relief. As for the grand golden hall that was releasing a magnificent glow of heavenly thunder, it now resembled a sickly patient that had all of their essence energy and blood vitality sucked out and had lost all its previous shine. The entire hall had dimmed down. The thunder crystals still glowed with a faint light. The surrounding murals that depicted Empyrean Thunder Punishment's previous exploits and accomplishments no longer seemed like fierce demons in the dimmed light, but like mortals instead. Even outside the Thunder Dominion, the infinitely rolling thunder that filled the world began to rapidly fade away. Lin Ming knew what was happening. All of this had been created by the Thunder Source. The Thunder Source could be called the origin of all the strength within the Thunder Dominion. Now that he had pulled out the origin, all of that previously scattered strength was also returning to the Thunder Source. The thunder phenomena outside naturally weakened by a tremendous amount. My lifetime of inheritance is contained within the Thunder Punishment Sword. Since you have now obtained the Thunder Source, do not delay any further and begin inheriting my legacy. Hold that sword and stab it into the 9-dragon throne, and allow all the strength within your body to resonate with it. As long as you can become one with it and commune with it, then you have succeeded. The Thunder Punishment Sword is also the mystic key to take control of the Gold Thunder Temple. You will inherit my everything. Of course, at that time, the curse seals I placed into your spiritual sea will completely activate and the mark will enter your soul. Empyrean Thunder Punishment's ghostly voice echoed out from behind Lin Ming. Lin Ming took a deep breath. The Thunder Punishment Sword and also the texts within it that were related to the source of thunder were all marvelous treasures, inferior only to Empyrean Primordius inheritance. However, the curse that Empyrean Thunder Punishment placed within him was extremely problematic. After all, Empyrean Thunder Punishment had once been a superior Empyrean with an incredible level of strength. Even though all that existed of him now was a wisp of his remnant soul, this was still a terrifying existence to deal with. Focusing his thoughts, Lin Ming finally firmed his decision on what to do. He seized the Thunder Punishment Sword and then inserted it into the 9-dragon throne he had just pulled it out of. Bang! Strength began pouring out from every inch of Lin Ming's body, rumbling as it entered the Thunder Punishment Sword. The Thunder Punishment Sword began to release a brilliance as bright as a sun. A milky white radiance completely wrapped around Lin Ming and the Thunder Punishment Sword. At the same time, a strange sensation spread up from the Thunder Punishment Sword and into his body. It was like the Thunder Punishment Sword had become a part of his flesh and blood. Soon after, every piece of material in the hall began to merge with his flesh and blood, becoming a part of his body. Boka, Boka, Boka. Lin Ming could feel that his heartbeat was following the energy fluctuations of the entire Gold Thunder Temple. As these fluctuations became increasingly intense, The energy shooting out began to latch onto the gold thunder temple and aggressively fuse with it. Xiu! The heretical god tree appeared behind Lin Ming. It broke into the skies, emitting mystic strength that sparkled as if began fusing with the hall. The color of the entire gold thunder temple began to resemble that of the heretical god tree, becoming deeper and darker in color. A true dragon winded out from Lin Ming's body, soaring into the heavens. The power of an azure-colored god beast began filling up the surrounding space. All of these strengths were drawn out by this strange resonance, bringing about slight changes to the gold thunder temple. Gold thunder temple. So it was this all along. The moment Lin Ming's thoughts completely fused with the gold thunder temple, he was able to make out the entire internal structure and image within the gold thunder temple. With this, he was able to confirm one thing. This gold thunder temple was in truth the temple of marvels that floated above the sea of miracles. In the past, when Lin Ming still ventured through the Sky Spill planet, he had killed Shen Wuji and had gone to the central 4 divine kingdoms of the Sky Spill continent. There, he had received an invitation from the 9 Furnace Crown Prince, Yang Yun, to attend the feast upon 9 Flower Lake. This 9 Flower Lake was where Lin Ming first heard about the Temple of Marvels. From the rumors, the Temple of Marvels was a living mirage, vague and phantasmal, incomparably mysterious. Even a divine sea supreme elder couldn't hope to approach it. Afterwards, for some unknown reason, the Temple of Marvels floated out from the Sea of Miracles. Yang Yun took the chance of exploring the Temple of Marvels as bait and lured all the heroes of the world to enter the Temple of Marvels where he could capture them in his net. To the Lin Ming of that time, the Temple of Marvels could be said to be filled with rare treasures, but it was also steeped in perils at every step. Lin Ming never thought that there would be a day when he would receive the entire Temple of Marvels into his own inner world. As Lin Ming was about to receive the Temple of Marvels, suddenly, within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the curse seals that Empyrean punishment placed within him began to sink down. According to the terms of the curse contract set by Empyrean Thunder Punishment, the moment Lin Ming received the inheritance was when the curse would activate. The instant Lin Ming felt the curse about to rush into his spiritual sea, he focused his thoughts towards his inner world. He no longer concealed the energy of his inner world but allowed all of it to gush out like a raging sea. And amongst this turbulent strength, the most eye-catching was a grayish-black cube. This was the magic cube. The magic cube was the divine tool of the soul and was the object most able to restrain soul force in the universe. The curse seals formed by Empyrean Thunder Punishment just happened to be created using a part of his remnant soul. No matter how powerful Empyrean Thunder Punishment had been in the past, it was impossible for a fraction of a remnant soul to resist the magic cube. Catcher. With a loud explosive sound, the curse seals that Empyrean Thunder Punishment placed in Lin Ming's spiritual sea were all destroyed. At the same time, from the depths of Lin Ming's soul, all of the strength contained within erupted outwards. This was an aura that seemed to resemble the origins of the universe. It spread out with an unstoppable momentum, rolling over everything in its way. What? Empyrean Thunder Punishment cried out in alarm. This sudden change left him panic-stricken. He originally thought that he would use the curse seals to immediately control Lin Ming, but he never imagined Lin Ming would use some unknown methods to burst out with an incredible strength that directly destroyed his curse seals. The curse seals were connected to Empyrean Thunder Punishment and their destruction caused a backlash against the remains of his remnant soul. His figure violently shivered as it became blurry. Chapter 1790, Destroying Thunder Punishment. Chapter 1790, Destroying Thunder Punishment. Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul violently shivered. He looked at Lin Ming, burning with rage. You deliberately hid your strength to fool me. At the same time Empyrean Thunder Punishment was furious, he was also panic-stricken. He was now just a remnant soul. Compared to his previous magnificence from 100,000 years ago when he had been a superior Empyrean that stood above all others, his strength had dropped precipitously. Even so, his insight was not something that an ordinary martial artist could hope to compare with, so how had he been played around with by a Holy Lord Realm Jr.? This boy, just what methods had he used? As Empyrean Thunder Punishment was surprised, he felt an extremely familiar aura erupt from within Lin Ming's inner world. Besides being familiar, this was also an aura that he loathed to no end. For a time, his entire body seemed to light up with arcs of electricity as lightning burst out from his eyes. His originally phantasmal figure began to rapidly rise as his momentum grew. An inexplicable killing intent leapt out, wrapping around Lin Ming. Grand Mist Energy. You actually have Grand Mist Energy within you. Empyrean Thunder Punishment's voice rang like layers of thunderclouds, echoing in the hall as it was filled with disbelief and wrath. Lin Ming remained silent. The light of the Thunder Punishment sword in his hand slowly faded away. With a thought, the entire Gold Thunder Temple began to rapidly shrink, sending out endless runes that carried the true meaning of thunder within them. Finally, the temple turned into a palm-sized version in his hands that was easily held in his grasp. Without fully extinguishing Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul, Lin Ming wouldn't be able to use the Thunder Punishment Sword and Gold Thunder Temple without worries. When you betrayed Empyrean Primordius in the past, did you ever think there would come a day when it happened to you? Lin Ming lightly said. The light around him began to distort, becoming chaotic as it formed a strange field around him. Primordius martial intent. Good. Very good. Empyrean Thunder Punishment's pupils shrank. His form couldn't help but shiver, even as a hateful light burst out of his eyes and locked onto Lin Ming. So you had already inherited the legacy of that old thief Primordius before coming here, and then you hid your aura to deceive me. Empyrean Thunder Punishment gnashed his teeth. This brat was actually the descendant of Empyrean Primordius. He had waited for 100,000 years in this Thunder Dominion, existing in the state of a remnant soul. Yet, the only one who came to visit him after all this time was a descendant of his blood enemy. And what left Empyrean Thunder Punishment most perplexed was that he hadn't been able to see through the illusions created by this junior, and as a result he had submissively given away his inheritance. Brat, you are seeking death. A sharp light burst out from Empyrean Thunder Punishment's pupils. A powerful ghostly force thrust out from his eyes, mixed in with rumbling thunder as it rushed into Lin Ming's body. Facing the enraged Empyrean Thunder Punishment, Lin Ming simply thrust out his hand. Then, an icy cold aura gushed out from his body, an aura that contained the screams of 10,000 demons and countless ghosts. Pitch-black soul force condensed into a massive wheel, with azure phantoms pushing it from above. This was the myriad demon karmic wheel. Just as the overlapping layers of ghostly thunder were about to explode, all of it was diverted to the myriad demon karmic wheel and then slowly grinded away. As this thunder was slowly grinded away, soul force dissipated from it before completely vanishing. Seeing this, Empyrean Thunder Punishment's complexion darkened. This was not a technique that a junior could possess. Who are you? It is impossible for you to be a Holy Lord Realm martial artist. In Empyrean Thunder Punishment's opinion, it was utterly impossible for any Holy Lord Realm martial artist to fight with him. At the start, he had carefully verified that Lin Ming was indeed just a Holy Lord martial artist, and this was the reason he believed that Lin Ming could never escape his control. Lin Ming simply didn't bother with Empyrean Thunder Punishment's nonsense. The myriad demon karmic wheel slowly revolved, floating beneath his feet. Humph! Do you really think I can't do anything to you? With Empyrean Thunder Punishment's cold cough, a strange sound emitted from his body. All around him, runes that contained the world laws began to continuously appear. These runes formed thunder dragons in the sky. As they soared into the wind, it seemed as if the entire world had become one of thunder. In an instant, these infinite thunder dragons opened their bell-like eyes, dark and gloomy and emitting bursts of thunder light. At the same time, meteor-sized thunderballs appeared in space, all of them exuding a strange mystic power. Countless invisible hands seemed to appear in the air. Suddenly, Lin Ming felt as if he couldn't control his body. This is a force field. With just a wisp of a remnant soul you can spur the power of the laws as well as form this thunder force field. Lin Ming was surprised. Empyrean Thunder Punishment was indeed far too powerful. His mortal body had been destroyed and his inner world no longer existed. Yet, by just relying on his remnant soul he was able to form such a formidable thunder force field. Although Empyrean Thunder Punishment put on a brave front, the truth was that he was in a critical situation. He no longer possessed the power of his past, and this strange young man in front of him simply had far too many strange secrets. Thunder Punishment thrust his hands out into the void. The power of thunder drawn out by this soul force began to wildly rage about. 10,000 thunder dragons howled. The void began to shake and contract upon Lin Ming as if it wanted to thoroughly swallow him up. Lin Ming remained unworried. Without expression, he calmly stretched out a hand. Motes of black light condensed in his palm, sparkling. Then, these motes of light gathered together on Lin Ming's palm, turning into a black cube that exuded an ancient and vast aura. As the magic cube appeared, the surrounding space fell into a deathly silence. Although the magic cube was currently just the size of a hand, it gave off an extremely offsetting feeling. It was like a black universe, encompassing all, terrifying and dense. Every mote of black light was like an endless black vortex that emitted endless mystic strength. Any soul force-condensed thunder dragons that approached were mercilessly pulled in by an invisible hand and swallowed up, completely disappearing. After they disappeared, their connection with Empyrean Thunder Punishment's soul force was severed. Seeing this black cube appear, Empyrean Thunder Punishment began to shiver and his complexion completely changed. His current form was nothing more than a remnant soul, making his existence sensitive to the magic cube. As a remnant soul, he felt an instinctual fear towards this divine tool. Just by looking at this black cube, it felt as if the last dregs of his soul would be sucked up. What is that? Empyrean Thunder Punishment didn't recognize the magic cube. Although he knew about the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, he had no knowledge of the magic cube. From the middle of the magic cube, an all-annihilating black light suddenly erupted outwards. As this black light expanded in all directions, it swept through the world. The thunder force field that had been suppressing Lin Ming collided with the black light. Then, the thunder force field began to rapidly break down and be destroyed. Empyrean Thunder Punishment's spirit mark within it was also wiped away. It was all swept up by the black light and then swallowed. Seeing this, Empyrean Thunder Punishment began to show visible panic. His soul force was so incredibly fragile in the face of the black light that it would collapse on the first strike. Finally, he could feel the terrifying strength contained within that black light, one that seemed as vast and deep as the endless seas. If you were a ruined body, I wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Too bad for you, you are nothing but a remnant soul, and this thunder force field is also formed by you using your soul force to move the laws. After all, you don't have an inner world, so the amount of heaven and earth origin energy you can use is limited, thus of no threat to me at all. Lin Ming's voice was indifferent. He directly summoned the magic cube. For a time, a horrifyingly great energy vortex appeared in the skies. Black light swept out. Empyrean Thunder Punishment felt a terrifying strength cover his body. This was a power of laws that no one could resist. He wildly shouted out, but the black light had completely covered him. Whirl, whirl, whirl. The magic cube began to expand. Empyrean Thunder Punishment roared out, "What is that? Just who are you?" Empyrean Thunder Punishment was terrified. Although he hadn't seen the magic cube before, he had seen the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. He had a faint feeling that this cube was in no way inferior to the Grand Mist Spirit Bead divine tool. Everything that occurred today had completely surpassed his imagination. He had inexplicably encountered this terrifying youth who had come out of nowhere. Not just that, but this youth was in possession of an incredible divine tool that perfectly suppressed him, one which possessed a power he could not fathom. This didn't make any sense at all. Just die as a confused ghost. Lin Ming coolly said. He poured more strength into the magic cube. From the black vortex, Empyrean Thunder Punishment's pitiful wails could be heard. He maliciously cursed out all the hatred in his heart, unwilling to die here. His ending was just far too miserable. His inheritance had been stolen away by the descendant of his blood enemy, and now even his remnant soul was being eliminated. How could he not hate this? However, no matter how much he cursed or struggled, a mere wisp of a remnant soul wasn't able to cause a ruckus in front of the magic cube. Time marched on. After an incense stick of time, Empyrean Thunder Punishment's words slowly died down. Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry at all. He leisurely activated the magic cube to continue refining for a quarter-hour before ordering it to stop. At this moment, the spirit mark within Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul had been completely erased by the magic cube. He was indeed worthy of being called a top Empyrean. His wisp of remnant soul didn't even possess a tenth his original soul force intensity, and had even been weakened over 100,000 years. Yet I still had to summon the magic cube to subdue him. Otherwise, I fear that just relying on the myriad demon karmic wheel alone wouldn't have been enough to kill him. Lin Ming tranquilly stated as he slowly took back the magic cube. He knew that the moment he finished fusing his energies with the Thunder Punishment Sword and the Gold Thunder Temple, Empyrean Thunder Punishment would begin integrating the curse into his soul. At this time, Lin Ming would have no choice but to reveal his strength and also his status as Empyrean Primordius successor. Thus, Lin Ming had already kept the magic cube prepared. After starting the battle with Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul, he summoned the magic cube. The magic cube was a divine tool that was the ultimate nemesis of all masters that used soul force. Even the remnant soul of a top Empyrean wasn't its match. As Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul was destroyed, the entire Gold Thunder Temple and Thunder Punishment Sword were carefully put away by Lin Ming. By the time Lin Ming finished all of this, several hundred miles from the center of the Thunder Dominion, the terrifying and billowing thunderclouds had mostly vanished. As the thunderclouds disappeared in massive tracts, large swathes of a black swamp were revealed beneath Lin Ming. In the midst of the darkness, Lin Ming grasped the glittering thunder source. The thunder source emitted wave after wave of shimmering arcs of electricity, as if it were a thunder emperor being reborn. I've obtained the thunder source. With the annihilation flame elemental and some top-grade twin-life thunder crystals, I've fulfilled the conditions to refine the extreme polar pill. After I do that, I can break through the extreme polar Dao Palace, Lin Ming pondered. After he broke through the third Dao Palace, his strength would rise even further. With that, he could go to the Soul World and seek out Shengmai. Chapter 1791, Opening the Extreme Polar Dao Palace. Chapter 1791, Opening the Extreme Polar Dao Palace. Looking up at the high skies, the stars shined brightly. In the distant periphery of the Thunder Dominion, a group of people from the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom arrived, riding up in a golden chariot. They didn't dare enter the depths of the Thunder Dominion itself. The uproar coming from the Thunder Dominion was far too great, causing everyone to be alarmed. They could see that in the deepest depths of the Thunder Dominion, dazzling bolts of thunder came rumbling down, as if the entire Thunder Dominion was about to be blasted open. It seemed as if some people were engaged in a fierce battle, but with their strength it was impossible for them to see clearly. Suddenly, everyone saw a blinding eruption occur from the depths of the Thunder Dominion. The light was incredibly harsh and blinding. Just a single glance at the sight caused tears to fall. Afterwards, massive swathes of the power of thunder began rapidly rushing back to the center of that brilliant light like a receding tide. In just half an incense stick of time, the originally perilous Thunder Dominion was extinguished of all light. All that remained in the skies were some scattered thunder clouds. One couldn't feel any power of thunder anymore. This is, what's happening? The people from the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom were dumbfounded. From the most ancient of historical records, the Thunder Dominion that existed above the Sea of Miracles, a place where even divine Sea Supreme Elders would die if they entered, had suddenly vanished. This was simply incredible. At the same time, at a place 30 miles deep in the Thunder Dominion, Xiao Moxian, Mu Chenyu, Qin Xingxuan, and Lin Xiaoge were watching this occur with happy expressions. Out of the group, Xiao Moxian was the strongest. With her vision, everything that occurred hundreds of miles away was reflected in her pupils. Big Brother Lin has received the thunder source. Xiao Moxian could see a dark place in the center of the Thunder Dominion. Lin Ming sat in the midst of the void, his hands each holding onto the annihilation flame elemental as well as the top-grade thunder source. From afar it seemed he was holding a black sun and a purple sun in his hands. A strange and mystical power of fire heavenly tribulation emitted from the pores of his body, carrying with it a rhythm like a beating lotus flower. Every time this flame flickered, space would be burnt away like paper and massive space storms would howl out. One could see from this just how hot these flames were. Lin Ming's hands were wrapped in electricity as he started to draw in the void. Runes appeared, each of them carrying the true meaning of the Tao as they locked in this part of the world and struck against the strange heavenly tribulation fire. In a moment, the surrounding space distorted as the form of a furnace appeared in front of him. After that, he tossed all sorts of heavenly materials, the twin-life thunder crystals, top-grade thunder source, and annihilation fire elemental into the furnace. With this, he began refining. The entire refining process didn't take too long. But in Xiao Moxian's eyes, this sight was more than enough to stir the soul. As Lin Ming reached the end of the refining process, true fire spewed out from every inch of his skin, rumbling into the furnace. 7 days later, a massive explosive sound blasted out. A 100,000-foot thunder dragon and fire phoenix tore through the world, flying in tandem. Even the grey barrier that guarded the entire sky spill planet was struck, the impact almost enough to shatter planets. The momentum of the sound was titanic and without end. At this time, in front of Lin Ming, a fist-sized pill appeared, one that resembled yin and yang fish swimming together. One side was blue thunder and the other side was red fire, both of them emitting a terrifying energy. Lin Ming swallowed this pill in a single motion. A booming explosion began sounding out in his body like thunderclaps. After some time, his forehead, eyes, nose, everything began to erupt with a blinding brilliance that impacted into the horizons and scattered away the dark clouds. From the originally gloomy skies, it was like some faint summons was being sent out as starlight began to fall down. 9 vast and shining stars appeared high above the endless starry skies, arranged in a strange manner that was filled with profound meaning. Their light tore through the infinite dark, shining down and creating a separate world. One of these stars in particular shined like a sun at noon. Its radiance was dazzling, seemingly carrying with it an incredible mystic strength. This star was named Cherished Kismet and was one of the 9 stars. As it bloomed with a brilliant divine light, the starlight fell down like a silver waterfall that contained a dreadful strength. Even Xiao Moxian felt goosebumps rise on her arms. From the void, lines of the great Tao appeared, condensing into a strange pattern that blocked out the dazzling stars above. The true meaning of 2 peak strengths filled the space around the Tao diagram, like a dragon and a phoenix protecting it together. This was the heavenly Tao array diagram that hindered humanity from breaking into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. This Tao diagram was filled with an inexplicable charm, as if it were alive. Extreme Polar Tao Palace. Big Brother Lin is finally starting his breakthrough. Seeing this occur, Xiao Moxian was both nervous and happy. In her eyes, Lin Ming suddenly erupted with an incredible strength that was accompanied by the thick smell of blood. Loud explosions occurred non-stop within his body like endless thunderclaps, as if a true dragon were awakening within him. His figure rose and pitch-black scales emerged from his body, forming armor around him. His aura climbed, becoming increasingly wild and swift, fierce with a brutal savageness. Behind him, a massive 6-armed and 3-headed Azura phantom appeared. This Azura phantom seemed to have crawled out from a blood pond of hell. Its 2 pupils burned like twin suns, releasing a dreadful light. Lin Ming looked up towards the most brilliant star in the sky. Then, at this time, a towering tree began to rise behind him, as grand as a mountain. This tree stabbed into the skies. Countless thunder dragons flew around it and innumerable fire phoenixes twined around its branches. The momentum it released was astonishing. A pitch-black spear appeared, like an ancient vicious dragon tearing through time to arrive here. The power of the world and all the surrounding laws twisted around this black spear and were torn apart. As this spear appeared, the numerous thunder dragons and fire phoenixes around the tree flew down to twine around it. Waves of blood vitality also began gathering at the spear point. Then, this black spear began to roar like a demon god. A blinding light erupted from the spear point, like thousands of supernovas occurring together. Bang! Lin Ming shot up from the ground, his feet stepping on space. Beneath the tremendous impact of his strength, the space under his feet shattered like glass. Man and spear shot upwards, becoming one. All that was seen was the black spear in Lin Ming's hands. Like a black dragon, it endlessly attacked the Tao diagram in the starry skies. Bang! 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 Every strike of the black spear caused all the power of the world within 100 miles to be drawn towards it. It swallowed all of this power, every strike impacting the Tao diagram with the force of a burning star. The entire Tao diagram began to ripple. Waves of dazzling grand Tao lines fell down with starlight. As they struck Lin Ming's body, the impact was as heavy as a planet. Time passed quarter hour after quarter hour. During this time, parts of the Tao diagram would shatter and starlight would fall down. There were also times when Lin Ming approached exhaustion. He would open the purple temple Tao palace to stimulate his potential and begin rushing upwards once more. Shockwaves tore through the void, causing the black starry skies to collapse like glass. Lin Ming's figure was completely covered with starlight and blood. As he collided with the Tao diagram again and again, everything seemed to blend together as one. Just as Lin Ming's strength reached its limits, there was an explosion and a heaven-shaking noise that echoed through the world. The Tao diagram above Lin Ming loudly shattered and the lines of the great Tao dissipated like clouds of smoke. From the void, the glittering cherished Kismet star shined, its starlight flowing into Lin Ming's body. His broken bones and torn flesh began to visibly mend. Extreme Polar Tao Palace. I broke through. Lin Ming took a deep breath. After breaking past 2 Tao palaces before, breaking into the Extreme Polar Tao Palace was much simpler. One reason was that he had made sufficient preparations. Whether it was the Annihilation Fire Elemental that Empyrean Demon Dawn gave him or Empyrean Thunder Punishment's Thunder Source, both were top powers of thunder and fire. Another reason was that Lin Ming was stronger than before and he had also broken past the shackles of the Heavenly Tao. In breaking into the 3rd Tao Palace, it was far more familiar. The 3rd Tao Palace, the Extreme Polar Tao Palace, corresponded with the cherished Kismet star. This palace was located in Lin Ming's inner world. After opening the Extreme Polar Tao Palace, Lin Ming could guide the power of the 9 stars to enter his inner world and fuse with the energy within. And the energy within Lin Ming's inner world was mainly thunder and fire. This was the equivalent of adding the power of a star into the power of thunder and fire. With this, Lin Ming's thunder and fire origin energy would rise to another level. As Lin Ming examined his own inner world, he found that at the central point of his inner world's planet, the giant heretical god tree was bathing in the endless mercurial starlight, beautiful to the extreme. Because he had broken into the Extreme Polar Tao Palace, the heretical god tree had benefited from this and had become even more verdant and hardy. Thus, Lin Ming's strength rose again. For him to enter the soul world alone, this provided him with more confidence. There wasn't much time left before the great calamity truly began. Chapter 1792, Towards Soul World. Chapter 1792, Towards Soul World. 3 days later, Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. Lin Ming's actions at the Thunder Dominion were far too gargantuan. It was impossible for him to not arouse the attention of the 4 great divine kingdoms. In addition, some people had already notified the high-level figures of the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom. Thus, when Lin Ming finished breaking through the 3rd Tao Palace of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and left the 8,000 miles Black Swamp, a group of divine sea powerhouses was already waiting for him. Lin Ming returning to the Sky Spill continent once more was a momentous event. No one wanted to miss it. However, none of these divine sea powerhouses ever imagined that after arriving at the 8,000-mile Black Swamp they would witness such a ridiculous scene occur. The entire Thunder Dominion along with the Temple of Marvels had been taken in by Lin Ming. This was an absolute life-forbidden zone of the Sky Spill planet that had existed for 100,000 years. And now, because of Lin Ming's return, it had completely vanished in a single night. The Sea of Miracles, also known as the Ocean of Endless Storms, had turned into a normal sea. This sort of strange phenomenon caused many divine sea powerhouses to be dazed for a long time, as if they were living in some sort of dream. Lin Ming didn't bother much with these dazed high-level figures of the sky spill planet. He simply politely greeted them and then brought Mu Qianyu, Lin Xiaoge, Qin Xingxuan, and Xiao Moxian to fly straight towards the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. The Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom was one of the 4 divine kingdoms of the sky spill continent. With Lin Ming's current cultivation, his sense could already easily cover the entire divine kingdom. He flew as fast as a bolt of lightning. In less than a quarter-hour of time, he arrived above a grandiose jade palace. This was the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom's imperial palace. Lin Ming's sense covered the entire imperial palace. Right after, his figure flashed as he fell straight down, followed by the others. He landed in a courtyard. The courtyard was quiet and tastefully decorated. Several species of spirit bamboo were planted, their fragrance warming the heart and mind. In this courtyard, there was a middle-aged man sitting down at a stone table, brewing some tea in the shade. Lin Ming's sudden arrival caused the man to be startled for a moment. Right after, a woman also heard the commotion and came outside. As she saw Lin Ming, she was inexplicably surprised. Seeing this middle-aged man and woman, Lin Ming's heart filled with emotion. "Father, mother, your son has returned to visit you." Since the last time Lin Ming returned, 70 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Originally, Lin Ming once had the thought of bringing his parents up to the divine realm. However, as he realized that the great calamity would soon erupt in the divine realm and the fate of humanity was also unknown, he decided it was better to have them stay in the lower realms where it would be relatively safer. Lin Ming's parents had already missed their chance to cultivate. He also didn't have any desire to have his parents cultivate martial arts. Instead, what he could do was use a variety of heavenly materials to lengthen their lifespans to several thousands of years. Thus, as Lin Ming saw his parents now, the two of them still looked like a husband and wife in their mid-30s. Even the wrinkles on his mother's face had vanished beneath the revitalization of so many heavenly materials. After Lin Xiaoge ascended to the divine realm, Lin Ming's parents also had another baby boy. This boy was Lin Ming and Lin Xiaoge's little brother. For these highly traditional parents, if they didn't have their children and grandchildren around them, then even if they lived for several thousand years they would still feel lonely and empty within. Even after 70 years passed, the Lin family didn't have many descendants. Even so, they were undoubtedly the #1 family of the entire sky spill planet. Whether it was Lin Ming's parents of the descendants of their family, all of them had extraordinary statuses. Currently, the Lin family had developed to 7 or 8 people. At this speed, the Lin family would soon grow into a flourishing family tree. As for Lin Ming's parents, this was the happiest scene for them. In particular, after the two parents met Xiao Moxian and learned she was carrying Lin Ming's flesh and blood, they were even happier than before. As for Xiao Moxian, she was a bit wary. She never imagined the scene would unfold this way when she met Lin Ming's parents. Xiao Moxian's sense was extremely keen. She could clearly feel the abundant love and care coming from the gentle eyes of these two elders. Then, she thought back to her grandfather. No matter when it was, Empyrean Demon Dawn had always maintained his dignity and grandeur. Although it was true that he loved Xiao Moxian, his love was deep and heavy, sometimes to the point of leaving her gasping for breath. Such a contrast naturally had Xiao Moxian feel a heartfelt closeness towards Lin Ming's parents. As Lin Ming saw the smiles of his parents, his increasingly prosperous family, and also the respect and fear of the juniors, he felt comforted. He increasingly realized just how great the burden on his shoulders was. Humanity had to cross the great calamity and survive no matter what, only then could such a peaceful happiness be sustained. Otherwise, if the divine realm perished, it would only be a matter of time before disaster reached the lower realms. In the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom, Lin Ming enjoyed a rare time of leisure and joy. Besides only doing the necessary meditation every day, he would accompany his mother to discuss cooking recipes and play chess and brew tea with his father. These days continued for a full month. Then, Lin Ming bid his farewells to his parents and embarked on his journey once again. The day that Lin Ming returned to the divine realm, all of the Lin family members and nearly all the divine sea powerhouses of the Sky Spill continent, including many high-level figures of all 4 divine kingdoms, gathered to see him off. The scene was grand and even festive. After all, in the eyes of many, the divine realm was a land filled with lucky chances everywhere. But no one knew that as Lin Ming left this time, he was in truth shouldering a life-or-death mission for humanity. His journey was one that was doomed to be filled with incomparable perils. It's time. Lin Ming looked towards Xiao Moxian, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, and also Lin Xiaoge, who was still crying in her mother's arms. He took out Primordius' heavenly palace and all of them flew inside. Right after, they broke through the void and flew straight to the divine realm. After Lin Ming returned to the divine realm, he flew towards Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Empyrean Divine Dream was already waiting for him. "You've finished your matters." Empyrean Divine Dream looked towards Lin Ming and her thoughts stirred. She could faintly feel that after leaving for just over a month, Lin Ming's aura had become even more intense than before. "I've finished. Millimeter. Then, let us go." After Empyrean Divine Dream finished speaking, a beam of light covered Lin Ming. Without using a spirit ship, the two of them simply stepped through space. If they didn't use a spirit ship, that also meant the entrance to the soul world wasn't too far away from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Lin Ming wasn't surprised by this. The entrance to the soul world was far too important, and it was natural that Empyrean Divine Dream would want to protect it. When she was choosing the area to establish Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, she likely considered the entrance to the soul world first. "Take this." Empyrean Divine Dream gave Lin Ming an ancient transmission symbol. Strange runes were engraved atop it, and Lin Ming was in fact quite familiar with these runes. They were Azura law runes. "This is the transmission symbol I obtained from the Azura Road in the past. It will protect you in the transmission." "Millimeter, I understand." Lin Ming probed the transmission symbol with his sense and soon understood how to use it. At this time, Empyrean Divine Dream had brought Lin Ming to a place where space was completely twisted. In this space, she continually used arcane space techniques, seemingly shuttling through the complex space labyrinth. This space route was incredibly puzzling. If there wasn't someone leading the way, then even for Lin Ming it would take an immense amount of time to find the way out. He also had no idea how Divine Dream had arrived here in the past. Perhaps she had some sort of jade slip map. As Lin Ming was thinking, he discovered that along the way he could make out some ancient array formation ruins and even the skeletons of the dead. Lin Ming didn't know who these skeletons had once been. If they were truly characters from billions of years ago, that was truly shocking. These skeletons had managed to be preserved here for billions of years without turning into dust. From this alone, one could imagine the cultivations they possessed when they were alive. But these powerful existences had all perished here. Just what was the reason for that? Here it is. Empyrean Divine Dream stopped. In front of her and Lin Ming was an ancient altar. This altar was covered with mottled lines. After so many years passed, no matter how powerful an array formation was, it would still slowly weaken until it completely faded. This transmission array before him clearly wouldn't last for much longer. Lin Ming stood before the altar, feeling its vast and ancient aura. The dust here had fallen into a thick layer. As he stepped into it, the dust covered his foot. Lin Ming slowly approached the altar, mounting the steps one at a time. When he reached the top of the altar and saw what was there, he was shocked. It turned out that the middle of the altar was hollow. As he looked down into the altar, all he could see was a fathomless abyss, an abyss that had no light and no bottom. It was unknown just what was inside. Lin Ming tried to probe it with his sense but discovered that as he sent his sense inside, it was difficult to take back. His heart chilled. He finally realized that this abyss was not some ordinary pit, but a place that was constantly flooded with a fierce and violent power of space. This meant that the abyss itself led to a different space. And the abyss itself was the space channel. In other words, this was the entrance to the soul world. This was also the so-called weak point of the God-lamenting wall that Empyrean Divine Dream had mentioned. An ancient true divinity had forcefully established a connection between the two universes and turned that connection into a transmission array. Even so, for what reason had the ancient true divinity created this transmission array? Lin Ming, is this really what you have decided? At the other end of this abyss is the soul world, but the runes of the transmission array have become incredibly frail, on the verge of collapse. I have no idea how much more energy it can withstand, and the transmission array itself hasn't been used for tens of millions of years. If you wish to go to the soul world, it will be far more perilous than when I used this transmission array in the past. Moreover, even if you go to the soul world, it is unknown what you can accomplish. It's also unknown whether you can find Shung Mai or even form an alliance with her. Empyrean Divine Dream shook her head. Although she hoped that humanity could form an alliance with the Spiriters, probability and common sense didn't favor them. What could Lin Ming offer that would tempt the heart of Shung Mai? If humanity was compared to the Spiriters, then humanity was just far too weak. Lin Ming stood before the abyss for a long time, silently probing the transmission array. Using his own knowledge of array formations, he constantly calculated the risks involved. Then, Lin Ming slowly drifted upwards. He looked towards Empyrean Divine Dream and said, "I humbly request Senior Divine Dream to please take care of my family. I must go to the Spiriters no matter what, regardless of what the result will be." As Lin Ming spoke these words, he turned towards the black fathomless abyss and leapt down. Chapter 1793, Dream Soul Heaven. Chapter 1793, Dream Soul Heaven. Cardinal Sky World was one of the larger great worlds within Dream Soul Heaven's 3600 great worlds. The main continent of Cardinal Sky World was an incredibly vast area, but most of the land here was covered by snow and ice at all times, similar to the snowfall world within the Divine Realm. Because of the snow that covered the entire world, many martial artists of Cardinal Sky World cultivated the power of ice. Of course, they were different from humans. Spiriters lived here and they communed with the ice laws through soul force. Moreover, their ice laws were used to supplement the effects of their soul attacks, making them strange and nearly impossible to defend against. In Cardinal Sky World existed a large influence called Zenith Palace. Zenith Palace didn't have many disciples, but they had produced extraordinary individuals since time immemorial and were a highly reputed sect. At this time, at the outside edges of Zenith Palace, wind and snow drifted about, making the entire landscape misty. A group of Zenith Palace disciples were exploring an ice field. There were over 20 disciples, half of them were women and half were men. The one in the lead was a white-browed old man. Beside him followed a peerless woman. She wore white clothes and her face was hooded by a veil. Her temperament was ethereal, like a blooming ice lotus. "Hi Master, I don't know if the previous intelligence was accurate. We've searched for several days already but haven't found any traces of the hornless ice dragon." The bloodline of a hornless ice dragon was inferior to that of a true dragon, but it was still a peerless spirit beast. A hornless ice dragon was an absolutely important creature. If an influence could obtain it and raise it into their guardian god beast, the advantages could be imagined. The old man shook his head. "We've only been speculating. Several days ago, north of Zenith Palace, the power of space suddenly turned chaotic and the cold energy there increased, even affecting the land for 10,000 miles. The Palace Master has an extremely sharp sense. According to what we know, an existence that can stir the space and ice laws as well as possess such momentum should likely be a hornless ice dragon." Seeing the woman still frowning with doubts as if this explanation didn't seem too likely, the old man smiled and said, "This sort of lucky chance can only be found through a stroke of fate. Even if we do find the hornless ice dragon, it's not necessarily true that we can subdue it. This sort of spirit beast might not be willing to surrender itself to our sect, and if it doesn't then that will be extremely troublesome." As the old man spoke, a disciple suddenly spoke up, "If we can't subdue then we can kill it and use it for alchemy. The medicines produced from a spirit beast like a hornless ice dragon must surely be the most precious kind." However, the disciple's opinion caused the old man to maliciously glare at him. "You damned bastard idiot, do you know how much good fortune of the world has to gather and for destiny to accumulate over time for such a divine being to be bred? How could you dare think of killing it for alchemy? That will only draw disaster upon our sect." As the old man reprimanded, the disciple shrunk back, not saying a word. Many martial artists possessed an incredible strength that could shake the heavens and earth, but they also held onto a firm faith of destiny, karma, and samsara. Many of these martial artists wouldn't want to do something that could harm their own destiny. Look, the glacier in front of us has been destroyed again. The old man pointed at a glacier not too far away. This glacier had originally been massive, but it had been sheared in half by something. The top had completely vanished. This situation couldn't be considered too amazing. The old man from Zenith Palace could easily accomplish this, but to encounter this same situation again and again for the entire surrounding 10,000 miles was out of the ordinary. Just where would there be such a strong person that was so bored they would shear off the tops of 1,000,000 glacier for 10,000 miles just for fun? That would just be a great joke. The veiled woman nodded. This didn't resemble the actions of a martial artist, but a vicious beast experiencing heavenly tribulation, nirvana, or some other similar phenomena, and then leaving behind these traces during their furious struggle for survival. As she was thinking this, not too far away a disciple cried out in alarm. "Millimeter, did you discover the trail of the hornless ice dragon?" The sect elder's heart stirred. If the hornless ice dragon was present, there would surely be some more movement than this. If they could just find a scale of the hornless ice dragon, that would be wonderful progress. Everyone hurried over. All they saw was a female disciple that looked around 17 to 18 years old, staring and pointing at a bulge in the snow. She said, "There's someone buried there." "Person?" The old man was disappointed upon hearing this. He shook his head with the peerless woman beside him. In the Great Desolate Glacier it was common to find the corpses of those who died here. It might be a mortal who had perished from the cold or starvation, or even a martial artist who fell here. Every year countless lives were lost within the Great Desolate Glacier, and many of them were forever buried beneath the snow, sealed for eternity. "It's just a dead person. There's no need to make such a fuss about it," someone admonished the young girl, who cried out in alarm. The female disciple looked a bit aggrieved. She said, "I thought it was a corpse without any life force, but then I saw his finger move." "Millimeter? He's still living?" The old man was amazed. The veiled woman was also startled. She said, "Rescue him from there." Several disciples hastily dug out the snow, revealing a pale young man. "It's a young man, he looks around 20 years old and he really is alive." The veiled woman was astonished. The youth wasn't breathing, but his blood vitality was still running through him, and it didn't seem weak either. However, he seemed to have been injured by something, so his state was a bit messy. It was impossible to see what his cultivation was. Bring him back to the spirit ship and give him some medicines. Whether or not he can continue living will depend on his good fortune. The veiled woman ordered. Then, she continued with the others to search for the hornless ice dragon. Several days ago, the massive space storm that swept out for 10,000 miles had even changed the surrounding climate. In the eyes of Zenith Palace, even if it wasn't a hornless ice dragon, there should be some rare treasure being born. Since they came here with such fanfare, they might as well return with some harvests. Several maids brought the freezing youth to a room. They acted according to the orders of the veiled woman and fed him medicines, attending to him with the utmost care. Miss and the 12th elder are too kind to rescue this unknown person. Who knows if he is a good or bad person? Maybe he did something extremely evil and was only reaping the consequences of his actions. That might be true, but why would our Zenith Palace fear any evil people? In the entire cardinal sky world there isn't a single influence that dares to move against us. The two maids spoke. They were certainly annoyed at having to care for an unknown youth. Zenith Palace. Cardinal sky world, this should be the soul world. Lin Ming thought to himself. The youth that Zenith Palace rescued was the recently arrived Lin Ming. The truth was that for these last several days he had been lying in the snow and wind. Although it seemed as if he was in a coma, he knew what was happening around him with absolute clarity. He also saw the scene of the old man and veiled woman rescuing him. In fact, without these people rescuing him, he would have recovered in a few days anyways. As Lin Ming recalled the space storms he encountered when traveling from the divine realm to the soul world, he still felt a lingering sense of fear. That had been an utterly terrifying journey, one that had far surpassed anything Empyrean Divine Dream had estimated possible. Otherwise, Empyrean Divine Dream would never have allowed Lin Ming to take such a risk. Not even Lin Ming had thought such dangers were possible. Initially, Lin Ming was able to use his own strength to deal with the space storms. This wasn't too difficult. Lin Ming's cultivation of laws was extraordinarily profound. He had already practiced using the least amount of energy possible to display the maximum effect. However, the transmission array had decayed for far too long. It was already weakened to the point of ruin. When Lin Ming was halfway through the transmission journey, the fallout of energy shockwaves had just happened to strike upon a weak point in the space channel. Although these energy shockwaves weren't too strong, them hitting a weak point caused a crack to appear in the space channel. As this crack appeared, it was like the widening maw of a death god, leaving Lin Ming in a cold sweat. With that, the space storms became even more crazy and fierce. This was the annihilation storm that existed in the gap between two universes. Once one was struck by it, flesh and blood would melt away and all things would be destroyed without even dust remaining. Lin Ming had struggled with everything he had and was forced to use more and more strength. This caused the already cracked space channel to repeatedly expand. Lin Ming hastened his speed. He had to rush out of the exit before the entire space channel collapsed. But in the end, he hadn't been able to make it in time. Just as Lin Ming was close to the exit, the entire space channel began to cave in on itself. This caused Lin Ming to take desperate action. He summoned Primordius Heavenly Palace. The summoning of Primordius Heavenly Palace meant the appearance of an Empyrean-level strength. This caused the space channel to collapse even quicker. Although Lin Ming entered Primordius Heavenly Palace, the power of that horrifying space storm still gushed out from the space channel like a mighty torrent, wildly attacking the shields of Primordius Heavenly Palace and rapidly consuming its energy. In the end, even the energy of the shields had been completely exhausted. Although Lin Ming was hidden within Primordius Heavenly Palace, he had to face the direct baptism of the space storm. No matter how high Lin Ming's cultivation was, having to withstand the strong astral winds that existed in the gap between two universes was impossible for him. He was swept out, receiving severe wounds that caused him to vomit blood, and his meridians were also torn apart. In the final moments, Lin Ming received the extremely damaged Primordius Heavenly Palace and then summoned Empyrean Thunder Punishment's Temple of Marvels. Only with the Temple of Marvels' final bastion of support was Lin Ming just barely able to make it out of the exit. But at the end, even the Temple of Marvels had been depleted of energy and it also lost a great deal of its spirituality. It was clear from this just how terrifying the space storms that existed in the gap between two universes were. This was a power that not even an Empyrean could contend with. Only a true divinity could sacrifice a part of their cultivation and break through the barriers of the God-lamenting wall. When the energy of the Temple of Marvels was depleted, Lin Ming was heavily wounded yet again. He grit his teeth and broke into the Soul World. But when he entered the Soul World, a space storm spread out for 10,000 miles, causing destruction everywhere. 1,000,000 glacier had been blown apart and instantly evaporated. Luckily, no one had been in this part of the Great Desolate Glacier, otherwise countless lives would have been lost. In one trip, the energy of 2 Empyrean spirit treasures had been used up. Without a long period of allowing them to repair and also supplying them with energy, these 2 Empyrean spirit treasures wouldn't be able to be used for some time. But this wasn't a problem at all. These spirit treasures could be slowly nourished back to their original state. The crux of the problem here was that Lin Ming had received heavy wounds. This left Lin Ming feeling bitter. His adventure to the Soul World hadn't gotten off to a good start. Chapter 1794, The Human Race of the Soul World. Chapter 1794, The Human Race of the Soul World. Hey, you're awake. As Lin Ming sat up on his bed, thinking about what his next step should be in the Soul World, a young girl pushed open the door. She carried a basin of hot water with a white towel hanging from it. This young girl only looked to be around 15 to 16 years old. Her small face was flushed red and her skin was smooth and vibrant. Her large eyes shined brightly, looking quite lovable. However, As Lin Ming saw this young girl, he was actually quite shocked. He rubbed his chin, a strange expression on his face. As Lin Ming stared at this young girl, his behavior caused her to blush. She wasn't sure just what to do. "Sir, you." For a young girl who had no experience between the sexes to be stared at by a man in such a manner was considered impolite. However, due to her young age and low status as a maid, she wasn't sure just what to say. Luckily, Lin Ming had already withdrawn his gaze. He asked her, a bit puzzled, "You are a human?" Just a moment ago he had been looking at the young girl's stomach and had clearly seen the existence of a dantian. Only a human cultivation method would form a dantian. This was the basis of the essence gathering system. However, there was something strange here. For human martial artists of the divine realm, even if they solely cultivated the essence gathering system, they would still start with the first 6 stages of body transformation. It would begin with strength training, then flesh training, viscera training, altering muscle, bone forging, and finally pulse condensation. All of this was to form a foundation for the future Hutian, Xiantian, and later phases. But this young maid in front of him clearly cultivated a dantian, and yet her bodily strength hadn't been trained at all. She was a weak normal woman, and this left Lin Ming feeling a bit strange. Was the soul world's essence gathering system cultivation method different? Moreover, to see a human maid in the soul world. What about it? The young girl's dark eyes were wide open, shining as she looked at Lin Ming. From her expression she was confused about what he had said. Oh, Lin Ming didn't ask any further, instead falling deep into thought. This small discovery brought Lin Ming a great deal of information. As he organized this information, Lin Ming felt as if he had encountered a considerably bad situation. During this trip to the soul world, wanting to see Sheng Mai would be more difficult than he anticipated. He looked at the young maid and asked, "Are there many humans here? What % of the population are they?" The young maid looked at Lin Ming with surprise, not sure why he would ask such a bizarre question. "There are many humans, but I'm not sure what % they make up. It is likely less than the spiriters, and especially true on the cardinal sky world. This is the central region and most people here are spiriters." The maid's reply confirmed Lin Ming's speculations. However, to confirm he continued to ask, "Have the humans here formed any large influences? For instance, World King level influences?" The young maid thought for a moment and shook her head, a bit lost. "Humans aren't good at cultivating. We cannot compare with the spiriters. For a World King powerhouse to appear in our people is far too difficult." "Sir, are you a Xiantian or revolving core martial artist?" "Unfortunately, it will be extremely difficult for you to cross 7 or 8 stages of life destruction, and if you can reach the divine sea realm in the future, every step after that will be far more difficult than the last." The young maid mumbled, secretly blaming Lin Ming for having her talk about her vulnerable points. These sorts of things were common knowledge, so why did she have to explain them? However, this was strange. This young man looked as if he had a decent level of cultivation, so how come he didn't know anything at all? Had he just popped out of a mountain somewhere? Perhaps he was really the hand-taught disciple of a hidden master who had just recently come out of the wilds, but it was far too rare to see a powerful hidden human master. As the young maid thought this, she laid down the basin and began wringing out the towel. As for Lin Ming, he was lost in his thoughts. From what the young maid had said, Lin Ming could confirm many things. First of all, this was indeed the soul world, but not the core universe of the soul world. Lin Ming recalled the words that Empyrean Divine Dream had once said to him. Billions of years ago, humanity had truly been one of the 3 peak races of the 33 heavens, unlike now when they were one of the 3 great races in name only and had long since been in decline. When humanity was at their peak, they had occupied several of the 33 heavens. It had been more than the divine realm. But afterwards, as the God-lamenting wall vanished again and again, and great wars with the saints and spiriters broke out repeatedly, the human universes were slowly eaten away. Finally, all that was left to the humans was a single divine realm. The other universes were all conquered by the spiriters and saints. Without a doubt, this universe that Lin Ming came to was one of the human universes that the spiriters had seized billions of years ago. This world had once been part of humanity's territory. After it was captured by the spiriters, they established their influences here, began developing the resources, and grew in population. However, the spiriters weren't cruel or merciless. They allowed the indigenous human race to continue living on. However, as massive numbers of spiriters migrated here and then multiplied over 3.6 billion years, they slowly took full control of this universe. In terms of population size, they even surpassed the humans. And the key point was that the spiriters had seized control of all main sources of resources in this universe. Humanity had devolved into mostly common mortals that held onto remote lands. And amongst the humans, very few masters were born. Although many humans entered sects, they were all reduced to the role of a servant like this maid. If one had to put it in pleasant terms, they were simply janitor disciples. Because too much time had passed, humans themselves thought that they were weak, inferior to the spiriters. As the young maid had said, humans believed they weren't suited to cultivating and could never compare to the spiriters. If their strength couldn't compare to others, then they were on a lower level than the spiriters. For their core resources to be taken was also normal in this situation. No one would revolt and no one would think to revolt. Moreover, from the tone of the young maid, it was also extremely difficult for human martial artists to cross life destruction. This made Lin Ming feel as if he had returned to the Sky Spill planet. Only on a lower realms world like the Sky Spill planet would human powerhouses worry about crossing life destruction. And the reason for all of this was undoubtedly because the humans of the Soul World lacked the very core of a race's prosperity: inheritances. Lack of inheritances and cultivation methods would make it increasingly difficult for humans to cultivate. This was because humans possessed a dantian and their spiritual C was relatively weak. To have them cultivate the spiriters' cultivation methods was simply a waste of effort. Lin Ming didn't need to ask to know that billions of years ago, when the spiriters seized this universe, they also severed humanity's inheritances here. Then, they seized all the core resources and established great influences all over. In the subsequent generations of humanity, when they lacked resources and inheritances, just what could they do? It was even possible that all their history was lost. In the mortal worlds, it was already unclear what happened several thousands of years or even hundreds of years ago, much less something that occurred billions of years ago. Without those sects with incomparably glorious inheritances, it was impossible to maintain historical records that stretched back millions and billions of years. Perhaps amongst the humans of the Soul World there still existed some vague legends about how humanity had once been glorious beyond compare, with kings appearing amongst their ranks. But if these stories were still spoken of, then they were likely considered nothing but fantastical myths and bedtime stories. After several billion more years, perhaps the human race in the Soul World would further degenerate until there was nothing left but a few sparse pockets, and finally even they would vanish. Thinking of this, Lin Ming wasn't sure just what taste was in his mouth. This was the sorrow of a race being captured by others. Would the divine realm also follow in the footsteps of this world and turn to dust? In fact, the saints might take an even more drastic method. After seizing the divine realm, they might recklessly start slaughtering all humans upon sight, causing the process to be even shorter. Lin Ming gripped his fists. He did not want to see this occur. The divine realm was already humanity's last bastion of hope. And as he thought of his mission here, to see Chiang Mai, Lin Ming also worried about this. According to his speculations, this was not the spiriters' core universe, but was a universe that the spiriters had wrested away from the humans billions of years ago. If so, then Chiang Mai might not even be in this universe. Of the 33 heavens, it wouldn't be strange if the spiriters controlled 6 or 7 or 8 of them. Although he had entered the Soul World, the chances that he had entered the same universe that Chiang Mai was in was extremely low. And such a character like Chiang Mai likely kept her whereabouts a mystery to begin with. To search for her in such a massive possible area, wasn't that easier said than done? Moreover, Lin Ming also didn't know how difficult it was to pass between the several universes of the Soul World. Hopefully it wasn't as ridiculous as crossing from the divine realm to here. As Lin Ming was lost in his thoughts, the young maid had already cleaned the towel and was about to wipe Lin Ming's face. Lin Ming took the towel and looked at the naive and innocent girl in front of him. He softly said, "I'll do it myself." The young girl was embarrassed and let go of the towel. Her large watery eyes looked at Lin Ming with curiosity. She couldn't help but ask, "I hear that sir was buried in the snowlands for a long time. Did you happen to run into your enemy there?" "No, I met a storm," Lin Ming casually explained, not wanting to deceive this naive young girl. Oh, could it be that space storm that enveloped a 10,000-mile area several days ago? That was scary. At the time, someone who was standing far away said they saw a deep purple dragon pierce through the skies. I really mean it when they say it pierced through the skies. It descended from the highest heavens like some spiritual god, causing all glacier for 10,000 miles to break in half. The elders of Zenith Palace say that it was the sign of a hornless ice dragon being born. That's likely some ferocious saint beast. The reason that Zenith Palace sent an elder out here is to subdue this hornless ice dragon. Hearing the girl say these words, Lin Ming held onto the towel in a daze, not able to say anything. When he forcefully broke through space barrier to arrive here, his entire body had been wrapped in the Temple of Marvel's power of thunder as he pierced through the void. He never imagined that others would see this as a giant dragon and cause such big stir that they also mistook his arrival as the birth of a hornless ice dragon. Really, he had no idea whether to laugh or to cry. No wonder the people from Zenith Palace had come wandering around where he fell and even found him. They never would have dreamt that he was the hornless ice dragon they were looking for. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.